Alright. Hopefully, sound and everything's coming through okay now. Let's just figure out why these screens have swapped. Weird. Alright, well, this is a pretty easy workaround. So let's get up and running. And voila. If anybody's able to discern my password from that, I'm thoroughly impressed and concerned. And you might be an illegal hacker. We do get to finish the deck list real quick on stream, so that'll be kind of fun. The whole camera difficulties kind of set us back a few minutes. So bear with me. That also means I gotta update Stream Decker. Somebody remind me about that. Alright. Nope. You. Yes, we are finally up and running. So let's move some stuff around. All good things, all good things. Alright. So, some changes I wanted to try out today. Found you. Testing new cantrips like Omen of the Sea. We're not that spicy yet, but who knows? Maybe somebody out there is just the biggest Omen of the Sea fanatic you've ever seen, and they really want to put $5 towards seeing Omen of the Sea. So who am I to judge? Alright, shift some stuff around, make this a little easier to see. Hopefully that's okay. Those can go over there. Alright. How about that? Can we see it okay? See everything fine? We'll go ahead and export this to Stream Decker. So this is, what's today? The 24th. 24 Shadow Cantrip. Let's go update Stream Decker before I forget. Stream Decker. Decks. Upload. Upload 824. Shadow Cantrip. Okay, set as current. And should be good to go. Am I at 61? What was I cutting? Forgot what I was cutting. Oh, you. There we go. We'll just tell people as we go that if they check Stream Decker, it's not supposed to be 61 cards. It is supposed to be 60. All right. So the idea for today was I ran a couple leagues over the weekend and I kept finding myself a threat short. I had all the interaction in the world. I had my opponent's creatures covered. I was just having a lot of difficulty um, closing out the game. So what I wanted to try today was there was a brief period before, oh, when was it? God, like before Oko came out, where a lot of these Grixis decks started running three baubles instead of four and adding in a couple actual cantrips like Serum Visions or Opt or saw some with Sleight of Hand, just as an additional way to help filter through your deck a little bit more, improve that consistency, which like the Junge decks, the four color decks are kind of known for and get that edge from. So I wanted to take a look at what Grixis would look like if we went back to something like that, added a couple extra actual cantrips and Serum Visions and the Royal Scions in the main, cut the fourth bauble, cut the Drown in the lock, and cut the Lightning Bolt to help us get us to these pieces to find our threats a little more consistently. The rest of the main is pretty much the same, pretty stock. Two Inquisitions, four Thoughtseize, two Dismember, our two Battle Rage, four Scours, three instead of four Baubles, but still help us get these Anglers out quickly. Our four Shadows, a couple Snapcasters. Cling to Dust has become an all-star for a lot of Shadow players recently. Sideboard, we're giving Lazotep Plating another opportunity to shine this week as we start off the week. A couple Ceremonious Rejections and a couple Mystical Disputes to kind of round out our counter package. K commands to help us grind a little bit better later. Terminate is another unconditional removal spell. Deal with opposing Gurmags, deal with creatures out of prowess, Stormwing Entity, things like that. A Braid can act as both removal plus hate for things like Chalice of the Void and Snaring Bridge. Brutality, because we started seeing a lot of green based mana dork decks last week. So having the brutalities in there to be able to snipe a bird or a noble hierarch, take a Chord of Calling, company, something like that, is pretty nice. We're a little light on our grave hate. Just one spell bomb in the sideboard or for today at least. One damping sphere just to round out some of the Tron hate, the Amulet Titans, stuff like that. So this is at least where we're going to start for this first league. After this, we can take a look, see what we want to change, see if there's anything that we really want to adjust going into our second league. But no time like the present to just go ahead and get started. Let's get everything on the right screen. I see our buddy Freedmania is up to tied for second place in the trophy standings. Hope they're able to make a push to potentially take over Hayashi for the top spot. Of course, it doesn't help if we keep beating them on stream. Thought you were on another level with the 61. Was not on another level with the 61. Unfortunately, I am not big brained enough to make some of those plays. Oh yeah, Freed is on up there. Freed's been up there all season. All right. So we've got redraws. We've got hand disruption. Again, we don't have a threat. But I think we're gonna keep our first couple turns are pretty laid out for us. So as long as we're able to find a threat pretty quickly, we've got a good bit of disruption. Let's see. So Catacombs could mean Jund, could mean four color Shadow. Alright, so now that we've drawn Thought Scour, We could Thoughtseize. If it's 4-color shadow, we could be running into a stub. We could pass with stub, but if it's like Jun, best play would be like Ren in 6, and we don't particularly care about Ren. So I think we're just going to go ahead and fire off this Thoughtseize. We want to be in a position where if we find a threat, we're able to uh, get down a threat and hold up stub under like Liliana the Veil. Uh, Alright, so we could take Ren in 6, and if they draw a piece of hand disruption, they might be able to stop us from countering this Liliana. I don't really want the Ren sitting on the board if we don't have a threat, so I think I'm just going to go ahead and take it and pass the turn. And we might end up like flashing a Snapcaster into a Liliana uptick just to put some pressure on it so they can't keep it around. But we'll see how it comes down over the next couple of turns. For everybody starting to trickle in here, hope y'all had a fantastic weekend. If you get a chance, feel free to jump into chat, tell us what you did, if anything exciting went on. Little Tommy, how goes it over in your neck of the world? Alright. So we got this Blood Crypt out of the way. So we want to make sure we're holding up this Stubborn Denial to some capacity. So if that's the case, let's just play our second Mire and pass. We can hold up Stub. We can have this Thought Scour if we want it. Oh, you will see plenty of pun and magic on this stream. Alright, you gonna run this in? Yep. So get on out of here, please. We know that this Blackcleave Cliffs was one of their draws, so that's pretty nice. We do want to go ahead and fire off this Thought Scour, so let's get a Steam Vents. Kind of get the ball rolling on these cantrips. Dismember's not a terrible pickup. Unfortunately, a Tarmogoyf is going to be bigger than that if we decide to cycle this Street Wraith. Medium. If you're talking about stubbing the Liliana, I agree. That always feels pretty spot on. Alright, so we're 12 life. Let's go ahead and cycle this Wraith. We don't really know if we want to be fetching and shocking or what yet. Alright, so we're at 10. They've got 3 cards in hand, including 2 known lands. So I think we're just going to play this Delta and pass. We could Thoughtseize here, like snap Thoughtseize, but there's a decent chance that this last card in their hand is just dead if they were throwing out that Liliana on turn 3. It could mean they have a second Liliana, but we can just flash in like a snap Thought Scour into it. Alright, so we are going to go ahead and snap Scour end of turn. We want to start finding our way to a threat. Boy, am I ever. Yeah, that's usually the best feeling. Blowfish, thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day. Did y'all do anything interesting this weekend? So let's see. 2 damage to my Snapcaster, make me discard a card. Sure. So, let's go ahead and discard this Water Grave. We don't particularly care about a 3rd land right now. Or 4th land right now, sorry. Lurking while working. That seems to be the consensus today. Everybody's kind of coming to hang out while they're working, while they're on the clock. Milling over Gurmag and Shadows. A little rough, but we'll be fine. Let's see. So we've got the Seas in hand, Stub in hand, or Stub up top. They played this Catacomb, so we know about the Foothills. They didn't do anything proactive on their turn 4. So there's still a chance that this second card is just another land. It could also be like a Fatal Push, Lightning Bolt, something like that. You're going to let us draw. So our best draw here would be like Gurmag Angler by a pretty wide margin, something that we could avoid. Alright, do we want to fire off this Inquisition? We're not doing much with this Snapcaster if we don't. So, yeah, let's go ahead and take a peek. See if we get to nab something. We do get to nab the removal spell. So that feels pretty good. So they're down to just a Foothills in hand. I love playing RuneScape, watching Twitch, and calling it work. I mean, that does seem like a pretty easy day. A pretty easy day at the office. Alright, so Foothills is gone. Again, them not playing Sling kind of signifies either removal spell or another land. Royal Scions would be a pretty good pickup. Land, not quite where we want to be. So let's see, we've seen 13, 17, 21 cards out of our deck. Oh, and the Exiled Thought Scour. So, we should be due for a threat pretty soon. But we'll just take it in stride. They're not really putting pressure on us. We've got our threat very well protected when we find it. Let's see. Do we care about this Thoughtseize? Don't have any Thought Scours in the yard, so we'll just let this resolve. If they take our stub or a Snapcaster, our threat is still protected. We're a little Thoughtseize proof at the moment. Alright, so we're at 8. So I don't think we're going to fetch and shock, but I think we are going to fetch. How about this dude we're going to draw? Dude or this Royal Scions. Alright, Fatal Push. So we are more than covered against creatures off of their side. We don't want to see them draw like a Liliana the Veil. Alright, so not playing a card could mean it's something that dies to Tarmogoyf. It could mean another removal spell. Bloodbraid into Liliana the Veil would be pretty rough. Alright, so we're looking for Gurmag Angler. Shadow would be fine. Royal Scions would be great. Just anything to start letting us apply to the board a little bit. We have seen one Gurmag and Death Shadow. Unfortunately, they both got flipped over to a Thought Scour. So you could say that our threat count has been fine. We have seen the threats in the top half of our deck. Maybe not the way we wanted to see the threats, but So good afternoon to everybody who's kind of jumping on here. Appreciate y'all coming out today, hanging out with us. If you had any exciting weekend adventures, feel free to jump in, share what happened. Love to hear about it. If you're here from one of our new avenues like Reddit or YouTube, something like that, then we certainly appreciate you stopping by and giving us the time of day. If you're here from one of our previous streams, appreciate you stopping back by, hanging out with us again. It's nice to have a growing community of players that really love to hang out, chill out, see what's going on. Is this like an upkeep K command, or has our opponent disconnected? Alright, so maybe this is where this card is going to shine. In these grindier matchups where we really just want to find action. So we're going to bottom this Dismember, but we are 100% keeping this Cling to Dust. This could potentially draw us a couple cards next turn. Could draw us another card the turn after that. And that sounds pretty good to me. Alright, so they're still not playing anything out, which makes me think that this last card is pretty likely a removal spell. Man, just think if you played good cantrips like Traverse. I mean, Traverse would be pretty solid right here, wouldn't it? Duo stream with Pennick win? It's a good question. Whenever Pennick decides to stop having a career. Milk Crate, how easy is this? Do you mean how easy is the deck, or how many is this? How easy is this ability to not draw a threat? Because that part of it, pretty easy. All right, so let's start pinging off Planeswalkers. So if they draw a Tarmogoyf, it's a little bit smaller. Let's see, Battle Rage. Could be better, but it could mean that a Shadow off the top is just a one-shot, and that's not bad. Let's see. I don't know. Never even tried it. It's not too bad. It's kind of a get a feel for it kind of thing. All right. So let's pop a Liliana. What do we want to exile? So we know they have got sorcery. They've got an instant, but we can potentially hit their instant next turn. We don't really want to hit our instant, so we'll start getting rid of some of these creatures. Again, to make things like Tarmogoyf worse. So let's exile some of these. We're not playing K commands in the main. What do we got? Maybe a dude? Not quite a dude. Alright, so we've got this Raging Ravine pretty on lock. So let's go ahead and take a look at their hand. Got a Bloodstained Mire. That is fine. And we will pass the turn again. Now we can decide if we want to Cling to Dust. If they fire up this Raging Ravine, we can go ahead and hit it with a pretty big Lightning Bolt. Not Lightning Bolt. Fatal Push. You know what I'm talking about. The thing that kills the thing. Alright. They are firing up the Raging Ravine. So I guess they've decided that they need to get through this removal at some point. Alright. I would like you... Is there any reason to use our Dismember instead of Fatal Push? Yes. Tarmogoyf. We can always kill this here with the Dismember now, but we aren't always going to be able to kill a Tarmogoyf with it. Alright, so Kraken Catacombs. Is this a Blood Braid? The old post-combat Blood Braid? Nope. Alright, so we're gonna stay at 6. We're not gonna fetch here. This lets us keep Revolt for these fatal pushes. Did they play out their... They did play out their Bloodstained Mire. So we can get rid of that. Alright. So let's pass again. Have access to this Cling to Dust on their end step again. picking up the second Stubborn Denial is pretty nice. Um, that means that we're gonna have a really good shot at just fighting through whatever removal they might have at this point. All right, so let's get rid of K Command. And we'll exile again our creature. Start hitting some of these card types. We'll get rid of Thoughtseizes. We're not really planning on flashing those back now. And a land. What do we got? Tarn. Could probably be better. Eh. Alright. Well, at least we got this Cling to Dust. Just drawing us an extra card each turn. Been through 33 cards. We've seen 2 out of 8 threats. You got it. We're about as Thoughtseize proof as you can get. They take the Battle Rage, which is interesting. That could very well mean that they don't have removal in their last cards. Alright. Let's get rid of Pulse, just because I feel like not seeing Pulse anymore. Have we gone through both of our Snapcasters? We have. So we can actually just start getting rid of anything, since we don't have to worry about Snapcaster at any point this game. Dude. Alright. We got a dude. We're live. So if their last 2 cards are Lightning Bolt, there's not really a reason for them not to have just thrown them out already. So let's take a look. This is going to be like the world's most protected Gurmag Angler. So does it cling to dust to their own? So they do have a bolt. Is your last card another bolt? Is not. Trophy. Alright. So let's save our cling to dust. And we'll delve a couple here. And we will say go. Alright, so from this point, we should be pretty favored as long as we never fetch. Liliana, I'd rather you stay away. They know about all these Stubborn Denials, so they know they kind of have to draw a way to get this Gurmag off the board. But we get a few chances to say no. So we'll go ahead and Thought Scour ourselves first, just in case we draw into a Battle Rage. We might want to just Battle Rage now. But we'd really like to find a second threat so that we're kind of insulated from a Bloodbraid Elf off the top. Perfect. Alright, so we're not really worried about double haste creature. So now their best draws become something like Seasoned Pyromancer. Something that we can't Fatal Push. Gives them some virtual card advantage. Could have been K Command, but would have been weird to wait. I agree. Like, they could have very well just thrown burn spells at us basically at any time and paid for stub. Alright. So we are able to pick up game 1 off of Jund by seeing a mere 40 cards out of our deck, ending on turn 14. We're glad to see that Modern is not the degenerate format that we once thought it was. Alright. So for those of you tuning in for the first time, this area over here is kind of like our thinking area. We don't have to bring these cards in. It's just a good spot to see options, and then we can decide from there. So let's look at things that like we're really interested in getting out of the deck post board, like some of our hand disruption, battle rages, and kind of see how many cards that we have left after that. So they're not on Luris, so we're not as interested on or as interested in Spell Bomb as we are some of these other options. Typically, oh, come back, Thoughtseize. You're supposed to be Inquisition. All right. Typically, trimming some hand hate in these kind of grindy slugfest matchups is fine. Cutting a Wraith because it's not really a race kind of matchup, and then Battle Rage because we don't want to get 2-for-1 by a removal spell. So on to game 2. Um, I think this hand's actually pretty good. So we only have one land, but we've got Street Wraith as a redraw. We got Serum Visions to help us find a threat, or not find a threat. We got our threats to help us find lands. If they end up taking like our Serum Visions, we've got a hand disruption spell, so we have a turn 1 proactive play. So no Thoughtseize. So if we draw a second land, we're probably firing off this Thoughtseize. If we don't draw a second land, all right. So I think I'm sticking with the plan. I think I'm getting a Watery Grave, start filling up our graveyard for this Gurmag Angler, and just go ahead and fire off this Thoughtseize. If we see that they have a really slow, clunky hand, we might just play out a turn 2 Shadow. Double Dark Confidant is interesting. So I think I'm down to just take this Liliana of the Veil. They might get to draw some cards off of this Confidant, but because they have 2, the second one is a little bit more of a liability. So if we took 1, they wouldn't mind just playing out the other one. But if we don't take 1, they're a little less excited about playing out the second. Now, I could be wrong, and they could just like jam Confidants to their heart's content. See, our opponent is a player of great taste. I agree. I agree. You're not going to find me ever saying that Dark Confidant is less impactful than Wrenn 6. All right. So we could bobble ourselves, and if it's a removal spell, we could just draw into it with Street Wraith. But I think I just want to cycle the Street Wraith anyway. So if we, how many cards do we have? 3 in the graveyard. Getting out this Gurmag Angler would be be a lot nicer than playing the Shadow, but we would draw multiple cards uh, into their Thoughtseize deck. But I think that's going to be the plan. I think we're going to crack these baubles, cast our Serum Visions, and cast our Gurmag Angler unless we see like exactly Stubborn Denial on the top. Alright, so they're drawing into a swamp. We're drawing into a Bloodstained Mire. So that means that I probably want to wait on this Serum Visions, because if I'm going to draw that card guaranteed anyway, there's not really a reason to aggressively play it out. And now that I know their next card off the top isn't killing Gurmag, uh, I've got a little more of an ability to draw into some more interaction. All right. So they revealed that swamp. They drew Bloodstained Mire, which means we now know a card in their hand. Assume this is Plague Engineer. Sure. So now our best draws are things like Royal Scions, K Command, Fatal Push is still really good. Let's see. I believe we only have one land there, so saving the Street Wraith allows us to... Alright. Let me double check chat before I miss anything. Is there a reason you don't Street Wraith before Seas? I usually like to in order to have more info when it comes to choosing what to take. So, one of the reasons there is we are looking for something specific. If we cycle the Street Wraith there and we don't see a land next or after that Street Wraith and we draw for turn and don't see a land, then we're relying on Serum Visions to find us one. If we Serum Visions first, like if we didn't hit that second land and we Thought Seize turn 1, turn 2 Serum Visions, or turn 2, let's say we don't draw a land, Serum Visions, we see, non-land land. Then we can scry that non-land beneath the land, cycle Street Wraith into a land, and make sure that we're able to continue to hit our land drops and progress the game. If that makes any sense there. Alright, so here we are Serum Visionings first, because if we see a removal spell for this Confidant, we can Thought Scour them and draw into it. Don't really want another Scour, but we are pretty interested in this Terminate. If we didn't have the island, we'd want to fetch and shock first. So now it becomes, are we swinging into this Gurmag, or into this Plague Engineer? And I think we don't have to. I think we can just play our Shadow, play an island, and pass. They can K-command our Shadow here, but it kind of means that they're not doing anything else impactful. And that means we get to just untap and kill this Plague Engineer. If they K-command kill our Shadow here, we untap, terminate Plague Engineer, swing for 5, and now they have to start making awkward decisions with this Shadow. Alright, so they're wanting us to discard again, sure. Let's see. Good question, Spike. My feeling on Street Wraith, especially in these grinding matchups, is that I wait a while before cycling because I want to do something specifically useful, like grow a Shadow out of bolt range when you're able to scry with Bobble, things like that. Be interested in... Yeah, so that's pretty much it. Street Wraith is really good when you're able to fix some of your draws or get a little more information and know exactly what's happening with it. There's a lot of times where that's not the case. Swinging with the Plague Engineer is interesting. So I'm absolutely just taking this too. So we know they've got a second Kolaghan's Command, a second Confidant. Alright, so I want to go ahead and use my mana. So I'm going to Thought Scour them. We know we've got the Terminate on top. Fulminator's fine if they want to K-command that back. Stubborn Denial's a good pickup. Alright, so let's terminate this Plague Engineer. Now we can start turning this Gurmag sideways and really start to pressure this Confidant. So if they want to block, that's fine. If not, we'll give them the opportunity to take some more damage for us. Lightning Bolt, sure. So if they try to double up this K command with the Lightning Bolt to get rid of our Gurmag Angler, they're going to have a bit of a rough time there. Bloodbraid's a good pickup. Bloodbraid into Goyf, sure. So let's see. What is your choice here? They could swing for 5. They have Bolt. Swing with Bloodbraid is fine. Alright. So let's fire off this Cling. We can get rid of the Liliana, shrink the Tarmogoyf, and draw a card. So removal spell for the Tarmogoyf would likely be one of our best draws. So let's think. We could cycle the Wraith here. Spike you, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's see. We're obviously not fetching and shocking. If we cycle the Wraith, we're dead to Bolt. But we've got the Stubborn Denial, but we're dead to just a bunch of creatures attacking us. We can swing and see if they're willing to trade the Goyf for the Angler, but that's probably not winning this the game. So we kind of are forced into cycling here. So they've got... Alright, we're not getting cheesed out yet. Alright. So, if we... Yeah, if we clinged, we can't get rid of enough creatures to not die to 2 attackers plus Bolt, even if we gain the 3 life. So Cling wasn't really an out for us there. Alright, so let's think about what we're changing out going into Game 3. We saw Plague Engineer out of them, Confidant. So does that change up any of our decisions? It could make something like Inquisition a little better if they're playing a little lower to the ground. Like I could very well see keeping an Inquisition in over the 3rd Wraith. Going like that. So let's go with this and see what happens. So Game 3 on the play. What are our thoughts? It's interesting seeing Confidant again. Like, I really love it. Plague kills Bob. Plague does kill Bob, but when their deck is, like we saw in Game 2, so chock full of things like K Command and Lightning Bolt, we don't want to turn those into live removal spells. Like, we don't want their bad removal to turn into actually functional. Because if they're sitting there with a handful of bolts and K commands and we've got like a shadow out, we just don't care. If we got a confidant that's trying to hold the fort down, then it becomes a lot more awkward. Or if you got a plague engineer that's trying to hold the fort down, it becomes a lot more awkward. Like, yeah, you might tag a a K command or tag a confidant, but it's so narrow. So Spellbomb would be an option if they were on like a traverse build. They're not, so it's far less exciting. Like you can stop K command, but again, uh, it's pretty narrow. So we're gonna keep this. We got a bunch of redraws. We've got spells to cast. So what's our play here? We can play Bobble, play our Mire, and just pass. This way we can scribe with our Bobble on their turn if they don't do anything we care about. If they decide to Thoughtseize or Inquisition, it might give us a little more information about what we try or what we're trying to find. All right. So what do we got? We've got a polluted delta on top. Not particularly fond of that. We are gonna go ahead and shock so we can cast this Thought Scour. That's a pretty good pickup. Let's pop out our graveyard here. Alright, so something like a Thoughtseize would be nice. Dismember would be nice. Swamp Ball is dust. Alright. These are playable magic cards. So let's go ahead and fetch a Steam Vents. The reason being is I want to cast this Serum Visions right now, but I want to be able to hold up the Cling to Dust, but I want my red for K command. Alright, it's not a bad set of draws. I think we want to draw the Thoughtseize next turn. I think we are going to want this Polluted Delta the turn after that. So we'll play out our Bobble and pass. We can crack the Bobble on their upkeep, targeting them. Give us a little more information for this Thoughtseize we're drawing into. I'd like Spellbomb if they were on Kroxa, but most Jund lists have moved away from it. Yeah, like Kroxa, Seasoned Pyromancer. Nah, forgot to crack it on their upkeep. It's fine. We'll know a card somewhere. Lightning Bolt, sure. Um, yeah, like Seasoned Pyromancer, Kroxa, things like that are better reasons to play Spellbomb. Luris is a great reason. Alright, so let's go ahead and just Cling to Dust their land. We'll go ahead and get this redraw. That way we're drawing our fetch land plus an unknown off of this Bobble. Just get a little bit deeper into our deck. Alright, Stubborn Denial is a really great pickup here. So now we can Thoughtseize to 12, Fetch and Shock to 9, and hold up Stubborn Denial with our Shadow. So again, they're on this heavy Confidant, Plague Engineer kind of hand. Alright, so we're going to take the Liliana of the Veil. If they drop the Plague Engineer next turn, we just get to kill it with a K command and go from there. So let's take Liliana. Let's make sure that's our best line. It might be just take Bloodbraid Elf. That way, if they play Liliana next turn, we can stub. If they play Plague Engineer, we can K command to kill the Plague Engineer and have stub the turn after that. So yeah, let's take the value card. And we can get this Shadow down, hold up our Stubborn Denial. Next turn we can K command a Confidant or a Plague Engineer if they play that. Potentially like Snap K command the turn after that. Alright, so they've drawn Lightning Bolt. Shocking in a Tomb, sure. Alright, so they decide to go with the Plague Engineer. Good evening, Philip. Hope your afternoon is going fantastic. TikTok, oh, we got plenty of time. We're fine. It's a whole 4 minutes. Alright, so now we get to K command, shoot a Plague Engineer, make them discard, hold up Stubborn Denial. Next turn we might even get to like snap K command. Who knows? It's a crazy world. Fetch land would be really nice here. Alright, so you discard 2 to a or 2 to a Plague Engineer. Trying to turn off our Ferocious here. I see you, opponent. I see you. Alright. Hiya. Opponent has revealed a swamp. Almost missed playing Jund watching this. Nah. Jund doesn't have any 1-mana 13/13s. Alright, so assuming this is Lily. Yep. I would appreciate it if you would not point that thing in my direction. So Lily's out of the way, Swamp is out of the way. So we've got perfect information about their hand, I'm pretty sure. Hitting us is interesting there, because now they put themselves on a pretty rough clock. If we had a Dismember, we could kill them, but we do not. So I think I'm down for... What am I down for? Pushing this Confidant, hitting for 6, and having access to Snap Stub. We can Snap Stub, we can Snap Push if they just put another Confidant into play. Gonna go for the... Nope, no end of turn bolt. Let's see. We could have snapped Lazatept, but I think we just want to get that Confidant off the board. Fulminator is fine. So we know Bolt, Confidant. Alright, we don't know Bolt, Confidant. Alright, so let's think. We could snap, cling. Don't really care. Snap, stub. If we draw land, we can snap K command. So I think we're pretty okay with this. One damage to us. Bold move, opponent. Alright. That also works. Let's just kill them here. But yeah, we got so many live top decks there. It's pretty insane. Like Scions, obviously, K command, any fetch land, Dismember, just a whole bunch of live draws. Let's see. Don't know if there's another matchup more lopsided than Jund versus Bant Uro Field of the Dead. That sounds like a pretty rough matchup for Jund, when your opponent's able to just like get value off of the things that you're almost forced to discard. Like, oh, nice thought seizes. Here's my 17 Mystic Sanctuaries. Oh, you Liliana'd into my Factor Fiction? Ooh. Stone Cold 0% win rate. That's pretty rough. That's probably not where you want to be in a matchup in Modern. But let's see. I could actually. Where are you at? Since I started keeping notes, I've got a Stone Cold 0% win rate against elves. Uh, a 0% win rate against Blue Moon in one match. Actually, that's it. I thought there were more. Sorry. Oh, that reminds me. We get to fill in everybody on the updated matchup tracker. We'll kind of pull this up while we're getting into this match or trying to find a match. All right. So where did you go to? Let's accept our match, but the updated matchup tracker. If my oh, where'd our opponent go to? All right. Got a bunch of redraws. We don't have hand disruption. I think I'm gonna mulligan this. This is so dependent on like finding threats and disruption. This is great. This has got a whole bunch of good stuff. Let's bottom the Street Wraith. I know that sounds weird, but we're going to be losing life pretty aggressively here. Go ahead. Is there like nowhere to click in an Excel sheet to let you move it efficiently? Do we have another Jund match? Alright, so we're using this Bloodstained Mire first because it is the worst of our fetches. Or not the worst of all of our fetches. It's better than Scalding Tarn, but it's worse than Polluted Delta that we have in our hand because it cannot get both of our basics if we so desire. So this could be... Alright, looks like Jund number 2. They can cast this Renin 6. I think I'm pretty inclined just to take it. Again, we don't really care about Renin 6. So, maybe we are just taking a Blood Braid. Yeah, we'll just take a Blood Braid. If they want to play out of Renin 6, we got to turn 2 Angler. So we can kind of to fight that value game with them. Who plays Jund? I don't know. Maybe the guy in our chat who's 5-0ing with it and talking about how great it is. Brings it up every discussion. Pretty sure his middle name is Jund. Alright. So we can decide if we want to fetch and shock again on turn 2. They drew a Stomping Ground. So they do get their third land. They could potentially like Peat Land, pop Peat Land, get it back next turn. But that just puts them farther off of Blood Braid. Alright, so here I'm not really under a big or under pressure to fetch and shock. So I'm just going to fetch. Thought Scour ourselves. Let's get our graveyard out here. And go ahead and play this Gurmag. We'll leave one of these Stubborn Denials in the yard. Oh no. Did I miscount? I did. I miscounted. Alright. It's fine. It's fine. Jund isn't a bad deck. Let's see. What did I miss? When are you gonna do another help Esmir Beto through a league with 4 color again? I mean, we can do that whenever. Like, and obviously Steven loves the idea. Uh, but yeah, if we want to have like a learning stream and have like Steven on call with me talking through the plays on camera, like I'm completely fine with that. Did you top deck the Liliana? Are you a terrible human being? Nope, not a Liliana. Much better for us. Alright, so we've got perfect information on their hand now. We're going to go ahead and Serum Visions first. If we see something we like, we can cycle this Street Wraith into it. If we don't, we could scry to the bottom, or we could just shuffle away. Typically, you want to scry to the bottom and not shuffle, because if you don't want those cards, you don't really want to be drawing them again right away. So we can bottom the vents, but I kind of like the second Angler. Go ahead and give us another threat. Alright, now do we want to dismember the Goyf, kill the Renin 6, or do we want to just swing at the Renin 6? I think I'm down to just swing at the Renin 6. If they want to give us a free removal spell by just chumping with the Goyf, then that's fine. So let's see, we can go to 2 cards in the yard, 3 cards in the yard, so we can play the other Gurmag Angler this turn too, which is probably what we're going to do. Alright, opponent, what you want to do? Do you want the Goyf, or do you want the Wrenn? Killing Wrenn does make Goyf bigger, but we're going to just play this second Gurmag. So trying to double up means I'm just going to go ahead and take out this this Tarmogoyf, so they just waste this Lightning Bolt. They should have just waited until after damage. Alright, so we can't play... Right, we cannot play this this other Gurmag this turn now. So, just going to pass. Yeah, opponent sequencing was a little rough. They could just draw the 4th land here and play the Blood Braid. But again, we've got another Gurmag coming off the top. So Bolt's gone. So Liliana. Maelstrom Pulse. Thank you, opponent, for not waiting half a turn to do that. We could have been in trouble. Alright. So now I'm not really inclined to cycle this Street Wraith right now. Like, we know we're drawing into the Gurmag. We don't have to use the life if we don't want to. Cling to Dust isn't bad. Now we are going to cycle the Wraith because we want to find some more impact. Alright, so let's think about how this is going to play out. We're playing out our Gurmag this turn for sure. Is there anything that we really care about keeping in the graveyard? We've got Scions now, so we don't really care about Serum Visions. So I think I'm just going to go on a little bit of a grave eating spree. Play this Blood Crypt tapped and say go. And now we can instep Cling to Dust if we want. get access to our Royal Scions next turn. Their best case would be like they draw the Liliana now. Second Maelstrom Pulse. Whew. I was unprepared. That is the statistician being surprised. Bright side, they don't have lands in hand. So this Ren ulting is okay, but it's not just backbreaking. I mean, I know what I say to double pulse. I say, "Oh man, that was a double pulse." All right. So now we can play out this bauble, play out a mire, pass the turn. And if they want to like pitch a land to pulse this Royal Scions, we're pretty okay with that. What you got? So this can kill our Royal Scions if they want to. All right, so they're just gonna point it at us. Sure. How far off were we? Thoughtseize? No. All right. We are dead. Let's see. Who plays more than one pulse? Gabriel Seiler plays more than one pulse. Answered that for you. Gotcha. I would really, really recommend not playing double pulse. I mean, it happens. Like I'm not playing around a second Maelstrom Pulse. So if they got it, they got it. But I guess it's one of those things like it's really difficult to say, oh, this is wrong or you shouldn't do this if it works. Um, Obviously, that's not always the case. Like when my opponent boards in triple surgical extraction against me, I can say that's probably wrong. But if it works, then who's actually wrong here? So everybody hanging out in chat today, thank y'all so much for coming around, checking out what we're up to. If you have not introduced yourself before, feel free to say hey, let us know who you are, where you're from, what got you into Magic, why Death Shadow is the best archetype ever to come around. Josh Plouffe, thank you so much for the follow. Let's see. So we don't really want to mulligan against the Thoughtseize deck, but this hand is pretty bad. So I think we are going to ship it. This hand is significantly better. So we are going to keep it. This is actually a really tough mulligan. And I think I'm going to lean towards the Terminate. The reason being our creatures are going to outclass theirs very quickly. And this isn't going to interact profitably with like Liliana the Veil, Renin 6, anything like that. Let's see. Yo, you need a co-host by chance? I'm always down for a co-host. Um, yo, the other Thomas indeed. He decided to grace us with his presence. Oh shit, that's Lunardini. That is Lunardini. Alright. Double Liliana, Scavenging Ooze, Renin 6. So we don't really care about this Scavenging Ooze. We don't really care about this Renin 6. So we're just going to take Liliana and maybe set up a situation where we get to like turn 2 a Shadow if we draw a Fetch Land or another Thoughtseize. Turn 3, maybe Snapcaster back at Thoughtseize to take the second Liliana. That's right on cue. So let's go ahead and fetch and shock. Ironically, if you're not following me on Twitter, which I barely use anyways, I don't think you're missing out much. My Twitter handle is at fetch and shock. So don't think you can steal that from me. I'm watching. Draw the fatal push. Yep, you got it. Alright, so Blackcleave Cliffs is down. Assume this is a Wrenn and 6 to get back that third land. Absolutely. So now we get to Snap Thoughtseize away that second Liliana. Next turn we can play out our Gurmag Angler. So, yes on Thoughtseize. Like, I'm assuming they're going to ping our Snapcaster with this Wrenn and 6. Yeah. Let's see. Reddist with the 100 bits cheer. Thank you so much. Greatly appreciate it. All the way from, what, like 17 feet that way or something? Alright. Let's thought scour ourselves in case we draw something like a fatal push. We might want to do that before Gurmag. Tarn. Do we want to... I think we will fetch before Gurmag. Just getting some of these extra cards in the yard can help out. So maybe it turns out we don't want to delve some of our stuff. So they've got no creatures in their yard. So let's go ahead and get some of the ones out of ours. Kind of neuter this Scavenging Ooze a bit. And we'll play out our zombie fish. So we know their hand is what? I think we know a fetch land. Maybe. We'll find out. That's like $1, I'm assuming. I think so. Could be wrong. I've been wrong before. Could be $100. You could be broke now. Good luck paying rent, nerd. Bezos getting his cut. Could have walked over there and handed him $1. Alright, don't really care about responding to this. What you got? Alright, so now our best draws are things like Fatal Push is fine, Death Shadow's pretty good. This Raging Ravine could be annoying. Scour's not bad. So we get a nice little redraw for this. Nice little redraw indeed. Alright, so now we can kill the Scavenging Ooze if we want. Plus what? So if we kill the Scavenging Ooze, make them discard. We can attack at the Wrenn. That's probably our best overall line. Go for it. So it looks like we are going to have our co-host today. Let's see. Should I go drop 3,000 on some modern decks or wait to see what happens to the meta when there are more in-person tournaments? I would absolutely wait. Um, like, I don't think modern's going anywhere by any means, but I think it never hurts to have more information.
That sounds like a Corey question.
It does sound like a Corey question.
Might be out of frame, but I'm here.
That's fine. We'll see if we can adjust the audio. I had to keep the microphone playing or microphone on. All right. Can you hear me okay? We've got our co-host for today. You might want to shut those blinds and like turn on the overhead light. Might make things a little easier. All right. So we're definitely attacking down this Renin 6. Get it off the board. All right. So co-host today is my roommate Matt. He's the one the reddest in chat. He's going to be commenting on some of our punts and horrible plays. Come back here, graveyard.
Now that I'm gonna know what's an effective play or not. That looks like my dad. I am your dad. What the fuck?
All right. What do they got? We got to kind of pop out the graveyard here because the camera is a little funky and in the way.
I'm going to the store for cigs a lot, man.
And confirm.
Yeah.
Oh, now we can see a little bit better. All right, so throw our graveyard back down there. Assuming this is going to end up with us getting hit with a Raging Ravine, which is fine. We've got this Cling to Dust to eat a Scoos and gain some life if we need to. Back up Scoos for Arcade Command. That's so rude.
Did they know anything about your hand? I don't guess.
Did
Guess
not.
they do. Yeah, they don't have anything in the graveyard.
Ready for eating our graveyard. All right. So if we go to Eat Slang, they can respond by eating it with Scoos. So I think we're just going to pass here, and we might be able to set up a situation where they go to eat like their own scavenging ooze, and we get to eat it in response.
I doubt that's gonna be a situation that's gonna come up with how much green they have. Oh no! Oh no!
You were talking trash there.
That's a punt on their side, man.
I agree. I think if they can afford to hold up the green, they shouldn't be using it.
I feel like the only draw that doesn't, like, I guess if they drew a Bloodbraid or something.
See, Fire Decks are Sahili Copycat, the Ice Phoenix, which hit the drops Emrakul Blue Moon stuff. Right now. I mean, they're not bad right now. You get access to some of the new cards like Archmage's Charm.
I love that card.
That card is nuts.
But I got my foil when it was like $5.
As somebody who plays a lot of one drops in modern, Archmage's Charm is not what you want to see on the other end of the table. Almost to secret mode of Street Wraith. I think we're going to hold on to it for a moment. We could cycle it now, but it's not really a use.
I think you want to hold that. That's an unblockable creature.
Nemesis.
They can't be bolted. Or
Can be bolted, can be fatal pushed, K commanded.
to be fair, True Name can't be done any of those by an opponent at least.
Bolt your own True Name.
That's what I'm saying, like by an opponent.
Unblockable. Nah. Better than Blighted Agent.
It is technically a faster clock.
So, yeah, my day is 10 turns. This is 7. EE on 1.
What an idiot. Why didn't you do that on 7?
Let's see. Good question. I could have played his core tapper and started putting counters on this. And
When you get dunked on.
just gave him a opportunity. Oh boy. So, for those of you who have not gotten a chance to see this magic card yet, Lazatep Plating has been discussed by some members of the Discord as a blue alternative to Veil of Summer. You get to give all of your creatures as well as your permanents hexproof until the end of the turn, which does count the 1/1 zombie that you get to put into play, or the 0/0 zombie with the 1/1 counter. Zombie army, sorry if my semantics are off.
You only playing one?
2 copies in the board.
Okay, so it's not like it's actually better to run more than one since you can just make a 2/2,
Can make it 2.
I guess.
We find the second one is going to attack pretty aggressively into the scavenging ooze. All right.
You should run 3 of them so that you can kill scavenging ooze.
So we're going to hold on to this bobble. We're not going to crack it yet. We might crack on their turn, but we kind of want to set up an opportunity where we can crack this bobble and make sure that we're getting Gurmag Angler down. If our opponent just keeps drawing things that aren't affecting the board, we've got a chance to draw out of it. But I think we're going to go ahead and bobble. We can kind of tax our opponent's resources if they want to start using green to eat stuff. We just want to get these extra cards coming. Firing Spike was playing Blue Moon recently. Yeah, dude
Oh,
plays
there
it.
it is.
Alright. Wraith, but then we can't hold up Lazatep Plating. But if our opponent hasn't played like a Liliana the Veil into this,
Isn't that
then
what they're drawing? Is the Lily? That we saw the.
that is what we saw, isn't it?
Yeah, that's what you saw with the bubble.
We can stop Liliana with Lazatep Plating.
I like that.
Yeah, let's pass the turn. Let them try to lily us, and we'll just laugh maniacally. Alternatively, we could swing and play a Street Wraith. And if they want to lily us, we could let the Wraith go, because that means that they have to have another land to play Radiant. And if they do, we're just in a really rough spot. So yeah, we're just going to pass and hold up this Lazatep Plating.
Like they should just be eating all their own stuff out their graveyard as well, right?
Tarmogoyf on their side. They don't want it to be completely dead.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they have three planeswalkers, a whole bunch of lands. Well, yeah, I guess if
Watching. This one's for you. Connor was here. Thank you so much for the follow. I'm assuming that was a follow because I cast Lazatep Plating. In which case, I completely understand. I would follow anybody that plays this card too.
opponent is currently looking at Lazatep Plating.
Opponent has got Gatherer pulled up, like checking this out, seeing if it's actually legal in Modern. What is this little set symbol down here? Is this a Commander product?
Masters 25.
That or they're typing a really long, like, angry message in the chat.
Wow, what
Jackalope, lads, we absolutely do. We've got somebody who's decided that they cannot fight the power of the plating. What do we got? Guitar plating, sure.
can you bash at the Liliana and play a Street Wraith?
Dash at the Liliana and play a Street Wraith. Alternatively, we could play the Street Wraith and not bash because we have an attacker that can kill you next turn,
Fair.
and they don't get to get one of our creatures
You
out of
don't
the way.
have enough actual lands to cast a Gurmag, right?
Oh, I do.
Oh, you do?
So there are, in fact, 7 fetchable sources in this deck. I guess Veil Summer is fine if every color gets a version of it. I mean, no. Try to speak more into the mic. Try to jam the headphones more into your ear. It's cutting you in and out. All right. I will try my best, but I make no guarantees. I'm busy over here casting Street Wraiths. Do we want to swing at the Lily? I just don't think we have to. Because I don't think we need to tap down and give them a chance to get counters on Raging Ravine. Because if they untap, swing at us with Ravine, even though we're blocking it with a Street Wraith, potentially uh, they are getting to just make it bigger. This looks like a K command. Joke's on you. I don't care about this Gurmag Angler anyway. I've got another True Name Nemesis. Have a headset on? Well, get a better headset. Is anybody else having audio issues? Like, if it's just Thomas, I'm ignoring him completely. But if other people are, then I might have to actually think about doing something about it.
I can hear you fine.
Thank you. I was trying to project here. But, like, the audio showing up is picking up on our end. So, some verification would be nice. Rude opponent. Just got back. So this is one of my roommates. He plays a good bit of Magic as well, and decided he wanted to sit in and see what kind of madness we could have here.
I'm not gonna give too much constructiveness, but comedic relief, plenty.
Better before you took it off, but it's okay. For a while, comes out a little muffled sometimes. So many people tuning in to watch you punt. Thanks. Agreed. I don't know why they are either. All right, so let's get this Liliana off the field. I'm not going to play out this Shadow yet. If we draw something like a K command, then we want to have it as a backup. What's the cantrip you're on this time? So we're trying out 3 baubles instead of 4, as well as 2 serum visions and a royal scions in the main. Bench got your new mic. Nice. Hope that means we get some new shadow content, maybe with some maze mind tomes in the sideboard.
Riveting game of Magic.
This is a riveting game of Magic. Probably not the most riveting draw for us, though. So, we could swing at the Wren and see if they just want to trade off this Scavenging Ooze. Like, we're kind of getting to a point where they're just going to keep getting to accrue value if we don't get this Wren off the board. We know they're going to get to hit us back for a chunk, but not really a lot we can do about that. I'll play up the Shadow because if they go ahead and crack this EE, at least it makes our future Shadows playable. Or they're just sitting on a push. Sure.
The best part about playing 5 and 7 mana creatures.
Dead in half of your opponent's removal. Yeah, we've been in a pretty rough spot for a minute here. Like being under the Scoost where we couldn't cast our second Angler. A lot of our draws have been a little suboptimal. So let's see. We could take the 9 and say we're just dead to bolt. But I think we kind of need to draw something regardless. If we got bolt here, we're dead. That works too. All right. Get that one out of here.
Is that the mount? Or?
Yeah. All good. So we beat Jund in the first matchup. We lost to Jund in the second match. So we'll see what happens to Jund here in the third match.
Is that all you played against so far?
Yeah. Jund and Jund. This is a Jund stream now.
You're gonna play against Blue White next to make it the other half of the color pie.
Why so much Jund around? I have no idea. This hand's fantastic. We get out a pretty quick shadow. Got multiple pieces of disruption. We've got our threat in hand. So let's see what Henry Morehouse is on. Come on, ad nauseum. Would also accept Neobrand. Yeah. Right? Please no.
It's goblins.
Not Jund again. All right. So let's go ahead and Thoughtseize. See if that's actually the case. Oh man. Why does the world hate me today? All right, so we're taking a fatal push. That way, when we get these shadows down, we don't have to worry about them just killing one off. The old triple Jund start.
It assumed Tron.
Really don't care about Clothis with double shadow. We'll be able to grow out past this Tarmogoyf very quickly if they decide they want to deploy that. Perfect. All right, who's ready to psych out a Renin 6? For those of you who don't know what I mean, we're going to play out 2 1/1 shadows. They're going to get greedy and play this Renin 6 and down tick, and we're just going to blow them out with a Street Wraith. I'd be willing to bet 90% likelihood that's what's about to happen.
Oh, they tap wrong.
Nope. You missed your cast mana trigger. You can't actually cast your Ren now. All right, what do we think? Oh my god. Feels so good. The salt.
That would have been even better if they had a lightning bolt and they just tried to bolt it again.
All right.
The second Street Wraith.
So Ren's gone. Tarmogoyf's gone. What are the odds we hit a Battle Rage off of or not a Battle Rage, a red source off of this Street Wraith? 100%? Or just third shadow? Alright, so we could scour ourselves. I think we want to just Thoughtseize our opponent, see what they're up to. Bloodbraid, K-Command, Clothis. So
he is able to cast the Bloodbraid next turn.
Yeah, we're just going to get the Bloodbraid. The Clothis doesn't do anything next turn. Alright, so let's make sure we're not dead on a crackback. So if we're swinging 14 at helm. We're taking 1 off this Ren, potentially. 2, 3 off of the K command. If they draw a removal spell, we're still not dead. So yeah, we're just going to crash in at our opponent, play this other Death Shadow. I guess we don't even have to play the Death Shadow. We can just hold up the stub to play around it. Let's see how they block. We might decide after that. See if they're afraid of the third Street Wraith, as they should be. Alright. So here we are dead to Goyf plus K command. If they draw removal, if they draw exactly Fatal Push, they can kill us, just like Bench said. If they draw Hand Disruption, they can kill us. So we got to put them on one or the other. So they've already seen a Fatal Push, so the odds are more likely that they'll draw a piece of Hand Disruption than they'll draw a second copy of Fatal Push. So we're going to play to the odds here. If it doesn't work out for us, it doesn't work out, but we at least know the numbers. The numbers are that they are significantly more likely to have more copies of Hand Disruption in their deck than they are to have another Fatal Push. And significantly more likely to have another copy of like Seasoned Pyromancer, sure. So I was gonna say significantly more likely to have a God, I forgot my own train of thought. A piece of Hand Disruption than a Maelstrom Pulse. They draw into a Bolt, or they draw into the Push. Did draw into the Push. So they drew Pyromancer into the Push. Pretty good. Pretty good. There's our red source. Alright. Anything that we can do? No. Alright.
Get back for
So let's see.
juking them out with the Street Wraith.
Did to a lot of things. I think only one attacker's higher chance of winning last turn. So we could attack with one, play the Shadow, hold up Stub. They would still get the Seasoned Pyromancer, get the tokens, get to push a Shadow. We could stub the push, and then draw the land, fetch, shock, battle rage. But I don't know. Like, it's all going off of probability. The probability of them drawing a way to deal with the Shadow, or deal with the untapped Shadow, plus clog up the board, plus present a way for us to not be able to kill them on the crackback, is so low that I don't really mind playing around that. Like, that sequence of draws has to be pretty nuts to kill us there. Obviously they hit it, but still odds are pretty far against that. So things are boarding out. Some of the things we don't want to see as the game goes longer. So discard spell doesn't kill us there if we play out the shadow. Fatal Push kills us, but the odds are that they have more copies of discard spells left in their deck than they do Fatal Pushes. So if we're playing out against one of those two, or playing around one of those two, then playing around the hand disruption makes more sense than playing around exactly Fatal Push. As 4-color Shadow, what card would you want in your sideboard against Coatl? As 4-color Shadow, I probably wouldn't want to board anything specifically for Coatl. It's a good card, don't get me wrong, but it's kind of at a low right now, like Bant Control or Bant Snow, Bant Arrow, something like that might be playing it. Maybe the occasional Teamer or Soul Tie list is playing it, but you're never going to have something that just like deals with that card one for one. And yeah, like Ben said, Coatl without Astrolabe is significantly less impactful. How come I'm boarding out Wraiths? Because of Scavenging Ooze and the fact that the matchup is not really a race. So I want to maximize my number of draws that actually do something as opposed to the number of draws I have that may potentially do something. And Street Wraith is kind of in that it might do something, depends on what it cycles into, where if I replace it with something that actually does something, I have a better understanding of how my hand is going to play out and how I should interact. All right. So 41 people hanging out so far. Appreciate all y'all stopping by, seeing what's going on. If it's your first time in the channel, feel free to jump into chat, tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, why you started playing Magic, why Death Shadow is the best archetype.
Why this Inquisition's getting stubbed.
Absolutely getting stubbed. We don't care about no Liliana the Veil. Not here. Not on this stream.
That was the only card he could hit anyway, obviously.
Alright, so we can play out a Shadow if we want here. We might let them think. Alright, who's down to get another Ren and 6? Let's see. Actually, no. We're just going to Thoughtseize here and then play out Shadow plus Plating next turn. Because of that. So let's get rid of the push. Because we're not going to care about the Liliana next turn with the Shadow plus the Plating. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I know you didn't draw anything live.
Into Turok. Wrench Mine also work.
Two draw. I think we're just going to ditch this Street Wraith here.
He's gonna see that and know you're trying to debate him again.
We changed our mind, but we know we want the third land. And play off Shadow, hold up this fancy little Lazatep plating. The cool thing here is if they do play Liliana and try to Edict us, we get to make the Hexproof 1/1, which can kill the Liliana on the crackback. They could also just play Clothis here. Nope. Opponent not respecting the plating at all.
Reader?
None of this. Alright, Thoughtseize can just take away the Clothis. Gonna go ahead and do that now. Get a little pop on the Shadow. For the same reason, we'll go ahead and Thought Scour. drawn to something that we want to use right now. Because they got that basic forest, they actually can't escape Croxa this next turn. We need to go ahead and bobble now. I know everybody always talks about like don't bobble on your own turn into the Thoughtseize deck, but if they top a disruption spell, that's great for us. So we want to give ourselves the opportunity to draw into like a Stubborn Denial in case they draw a removal spell.
They don't get any tokens here, right?
They do not get any tokens here, but they do get to draw two, which is still pretty good. We are insulated from another Liliana though, so that part's pretty fun. Alright, so we'll play out the fetch land so that they're forced to chump. We can swing with both. If one of their last two cards is Fatal Push off of that, like, power to them. Now if they got Maelstrom Pulse, power to them. They could have, like, fourth land, but they can't Bolt plus Croxa. So that's nice. If they play out Croxa, they're dead. Because they have to leave up this forest. Unless they're sitting on Fog. And yeah, we played ourselves. See, plating is such a tease because when Lily resolves, the Jund opponent thinks they avoided stub. I mean, they should have known better. Like, alright, so passing the turn here. I'm assuming this just means making a couple tokens off the Pyromancer. He has a Fog. Maybe. Paulo Theodoro, there are several ways to lose the game. A player can concede the game at any time. A player who concedes leaves the game immediately. That player loses the game. Special.
You could call it the Aspiring Special.
Really could. Philip, Run, thanks so much for stopping by. Hopefully we'll be able to get a couple dubs here. But absolutely appreciate you hanging out with us. We're not going to swing with this zombie just in case we need to keep ourselves alive to like a Blood Braid into Bolt. And we're pretty sure they're just planning on making tokens here. Alright.
I was gonna play a white filter land next turn and cast Elspeth.
See on top. Dismember on top. So I'm going to keep Dismember because it has text. Which means if they do decide to like escape a Croxa, we don't have to take damage to it. So they can't just like cheese us out with Red Source, Croxa, Bolt. Alright. Opponent has had enough of our hexproof 1/1s. It was so fun. We get to play Jund for how many games? 3, 6, 7, 8, 9 games, something like that. That's what we came to do, right? Just mono Jund. All right. Yeah, hand's great. Let's do it. We got Hand Disruption. We got a Threat on turn 2 potentially. Stubborn Denial. K-Command and Snapcaster, two of our better grindy elements in matchups like this. What do you got? They got no hand disruption. So double Shadow on turn 2 potentially. So let's see what we can take off of this Thoughtseize. Push, Croxa, Boil. Opponent is going deep with this one.
So you think there's any merit to bluffing a Veil there with the Overrun tune? I mean, would you cast a Thoughtseize into it anyway?
I would cast the Thoughtseize anyway because you're gonna have to get it out of hand eventually at some point.
Might as well get it out the way before it matters.
We could take. Okay, this is a funky one. Let's see, Sandals Goose. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at today.
Much bigger fan of Fuse Goose.
Yeah, push. You just get put out like double shadow next turn after this Croxa. I wish we had
Another land.
another land we could pitch to Croxa and just take the 3 damage.
Follower Zanzazor.
Zanzazar, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Everybody who's chiming into chat, if you are chiming into the follows, hanging out in the stream, if you haven't introduced yourself, feel free to tell us a little bit about you, where you're from, how you got started in Magic, why Death Shadow is better than everything else. Cycle Forgotten Caves, absolutely. So we know what they drew for turn. We don't know what they drew off of the Forgotten Caves. We're going to be big-brained here and play around Boil to an extent. But honestly, if our opponent boils us for a significant amount, we might just lose. But like after next turn, we're just going to be able to soft stub a Boil if we care that much. But if we're able to get a third land and fetch and shock, we just probably don't care about Boil very much at that point. All right, so we could hold up Stub. I'm pretty inclined to go ahead and cycle this Scour, try to find another land. So good at this. All right, opponent. Boil to your heart's content. Let's see. Grixis is the best because I get to turn 2 Gurmag, Stub, Snap, Stub, TBR. Yeah, that line does play itself out pretty well. Yes, he did bring in Boil against us, and I really hope he is trying to cast it right now.
Well, if you cast Boil, you just cast Snapcaster and kill him.
I don't want you to kill one of my Snapcasters. They've done nothing to you. Yeah, whatever. The thing on the board that's doing the attacking and alright, so fetch land is lethal, dismember is lethal. Cool. Which one of these says 2 damage to something? That one. So you discard 2 damage to Bloodbraid. Kill the Bloodbraid. Yeah, we had a lot of outs there. Alright, opponent making us show that we have the ability to fetch. I respect it. Nope, they gave up.
Oh, you can still click it there.
Opponent, I forgot how to fetch. Alright, what are the odds of Jund 4 times in a row in the same league?
Jund is a buy.
Yeah, that's one of the commands we set up. Exclamation point Jund for everybody new to the chat. We'll tell you what we think about that matchup as a whole. Give you a very in-depth analysis, including sideboarding options, play patterns, what to look for out of an opening hand. And if you're hanging out today and you're enjoying the content and you have not previously, not previously not enjoyed the content, but not previously followed, feel free to hit the follow button. Lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come hang out, check out what's going on, see some of these fun Death Shadow testing opportunities. So yeah, this hand doesn't have the hand disruption, but we've got a bunch of redraws, so we're gonna roll with it. More importantly, we've got our threat today. Is Modern a buy today? Modern as a whole is not a buy, but we've played against Jun 3 times in our first 3 matches. If this is a mirror, this hand's pretty good. We're pretty Thoughtseize proof. See, Plague Belcher, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Feel free to jump into chat, tell us about yourself, who you are, where you're from, what got you into Magic, why you love Thoughtseizing your opponents and making them squirm for the rest of the match. Normal things.
Really hoping for like Luris taxes here. Playing baubles for some reason.
Alright, Street Wraith is a pretty good pickup. We are not going to take our opponent's line, and we're actually going to wait till their turn to crack our bauble. Because we're feeling spicy. Do we add a Modern as a buy? So Scour themselves, assuming, yep, might get to play them a Gurmag Angler. No Gurmag Angler. Alright. You're saying there's a chance. Let's get Scour on top. I don't think I'm too in the mood for a second Scour. Let's go ahead and shuffle that away. Scour ourselves. We'll see if we get to avoid the Moto bug. We just shuffled a second Scour to top. They're going to stub our Scour. Sure. I have zero interest in paying for your stub.
Now you're going to draw the Thought Scour.
I'm going to draw the Thoughtseize.
Don't look at me in that tone of voice, man.
Alright. Let's check out what our opponent's got going on. They've got a Shadow, not a lot of ways to lower their life total, Battle Rage. So let's take the Fatal Push. Now we can play out our own Shadow and decide what we want to do from there.
Yeah, those are expired.
Yeah.
I was gonna steal a croissant, but I don't want to die of salmon yellow.
So good at this game? No, I'm just really good at drawing like one specific thing. Alright, so if I knew they were going to draw a Thoughtseize, I probably would have just cycled the Street Wraith. But I got to use 2 auto yielding. Still can't play out their Shadow, which is kind of nice. There's a general rule of thumb that the first person to swing in a Shadow mirror often loses. And I think we're going to take that into consideration here. We're not really under any pressure to have to swing. We could swing here and have access to push plus stub on their Shadow. Is that what we want to do? If they draw another way to lose life, like a fetch land, we could have some trouble there. So I think we're just going to pass, hold up this Stubborn Denial and push. That way if they draw a fetch land or a way to lose life and they play out this Shadow, we can push plus have access to stub. let's see. Street Wraith into Thoughtseize is kind of their best sequence there. We don't want to try to make them pay one more for this stub. We're just going to let them have the Thoughtseize. If our Shadow was live, we would definitely stub this. Or if it was Ferocious. Alright. So removal spell off the top would be ideal here. Not quite a removal spell off the top. So that means we'll just pass and we'll start working through some of these Cling to Dust. Do we want to plug the audio back up? How about that? A little better? Let's see. Yeah, he has two stubs. We could cling now, but that does leave our stub exposed. Like they could draw something like Terminate that we want to stub. If they don't do anything, we can cling into turn. All right. So let's tag. It's got two more stubs in hand, so we don't really care about stub. So let's hit Thought Scour to potentially stop like a Snap Scour. If he wants to stub this, that's fine. Yeah, if we cling on his upkeep, like, there's not really a reason for him to act. Because then we just tap ourselves out. We can't do anything. We can't interact in any way. So he is stubbing our cling. Alright, so that does leave his Shadow open to removal off the top. Inquisition's not bad. So I think we do want to draw both of these. But obviously we're going to wait until our opponent's turn to draw some of them. Or wait until our opponent's turn to crack our bauble to draw some of them. We don't want to swing with this Shadow. Don't want to just give him lethal on the crackback. So let's see what he's drawing. Mire. Alright. Let's see. Should not have played the island. I get the idea of bluffing, but we're at the point of the game where either he's going for it or he's not. And holding up that island's really not doing anything. We are going to see how well he understands Death Shadow math. If he decides to battle rage here. Alright. Are you assigning trample damage correctly? Oh, opponent. So close. So close. That is not how you do that. It really is amazing how often that happens. So for those of you who don't know, if you're ever in that situation, you need to make sure that the difference between your first strike trample damage, what's a good way of explaining it? Make sure that you're paying over half of the difference between your trample damage and their Death Shadow size. So if their Death Shadow is a 5/5 and you're swinging with a 9/9, you want to make sure that you're paying at least 7. So that tramp difference between their shadow and the amount that you're dealing, that 4 points, 5 to 9, deal at least half of that to the shadow. So in that case, you're dealing 7 to the shadow, 2 trample over. First strike deals 7. Their life total drops 2 points. Shadow becomes a 7/7. Shadow's dead on the first strike. And then you can go to your normal combat damage. Because he assigned 5 to the shadow and 2 to me, Shadow became a 7/7 with 5 damage on it after I took the 2. And then he went to assign 2 more to the Shadow and 5 more to me. But Shadow became a 12/12 with now 10 damage assigned to it instead of actually assigning the correct amount to kill my Shadow. Let's see. I think he could have gone last turn, but worried about 2. I don't think he was worried about 2 stubs, because us having 2 stubs didn't do anything. He just had the bigger shadow. Because if he played correctly, he could just swing. Or if he played correctly, he wouldn't have swung at all. Let me get board outs before I forget. So in the mirror, I like to trim some of these things. Inquisition doesn't deal with Gurmag Angler, so it's significantly worse. Then I'm usually fine just boarding out a Wraith and going like that. 2 turns earlier. I'll have to go back and double check. But yeah, opponent just like misplaying is absolutely a potential out for us. Alright, so hand's pretty terrible. Let's ship it. Hand's great. Let's keep it. Bottomless Island. Yes. We won that one because our opponent did not understand Death Shadows in combat. He had a 7/7 Shadow. He swung when we were at 8 life. And we knew he had a Battle Rage and a Stubborn Denial. So if he just went swing with Death Shadow, we didn't block, he just Battle Rages, lethal, done. So we had to block. He proceeds to Battle Rage's Shadow. He did trample over twice. So he dealt 5 to our Shadow, trampled over for 2. Shadow became a 7/7. So then he had to assign his normal combat damage. He dealt 2 more to the Shadow and then 5 trample over us to put us to 1. And our Shadow became a 12/12. And yeah, he died. Alright. What do we got? Royal Scions. I'm kind of down for that. Down to Clown. Alright, we'll just get all the redraws. Not really in a position where we have to do anything. Opponent never used TBR. Mirror. I mean, like, TBR is fine in the mirror, but I'm also not a huge fan of these play patterns in the mirror, like aggressively fetch shock Wraith, fetch shock, because the likelihood of this first threat just like sticking around and actually winning the game are so low. Could have responded to that with Cling to Dust to make sure he couldn't cast an Angler, but I don't think he has it. I think he's bluffing. If he does have an Angler, we can untap and play Royal Scions. Alright, so he just had another land anyway, so even if we did that, he could still play Angler. So this could be like a Shadow. Sure. Thought sees away, homie. Oh, Sirius, I missed your follow. Sorry about that. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Alright, take our Scions, sure. If they play out a Shadow here, they're giving us a bunch of looks at removal. But it looks like this is a Gurmag Angler. In which case, we still get a bunch of looks at removal. And we're not really under pressure from it. They leave in Bolt post board. That's they leave in Bolt post board and leave it in the graveyard for Angler. Interesting. Opponent is far ballsier than I am. Stub. Don't think we're in the market for a stub. It's kind of, if it doesn't say dismember, I don't really want it right now. Alright, so we're going to go ahead and Cling to Dust. We'll Cling to Dust is Stubborn Denial. Don't really care about the Lightning Bolt. Alright, show me the Dismember. Not quite. We'll get a whole bunch of looks at it. Alright, so we're doing this now because I want to potentially draw into an answer on my turn. Speak of the devil. How does he do it? Alright, so let's get a fish off the board. And pass it to him. This could be a cast Street Wraith game. Like, he's done a whole lot of damage to himself. So there's a decent chance that if we just resolve a Street Wraith, it probably goes unanswered. Obviously, he could still play, like, a Shadow here or whatever else. Alright, what do you got? Something to team up with this Shadow? Alright. Serum Visions is pretty good to pair up with these Street Wraiths. Find a Shadow of our own. K command isn't bad. I don't think we want the Bloodstain Mire, but I think I'm fine with the K command. Give us a little bit of leverage. We could play out our Shadow here, but I think I'm fine just passing. Let's see, they put us down to 1, or put us down to 4, and they could bolt, so I guess we will play out our Shadow. See what they do. There's absolutely a world where they like fetch and shock, swing, or fetch and shock, try to kill our Shadow. We fetch and shock and stub, block, K command for lethal. They're kind of showing that they have no disregard for human life, or no regard for human life. Yeah. Let's see. Shock the grave. That is a snap bolt. It's very possible. All right. So how do we want to approach this? We can go 3, 5, 8 trade. Kind of down with that. So if we block first, we put them in the position of needing to fetch and shock, or just fetch or something to the extent. There's always a chance we just draw a like a fatal push here. Doesn't really matter. All right, what you got? I'm gonna shock here. So that would be fantastic. Yeah, we know he has a fetch, but we have to block here. So we're just making him use it. Just in case he messed up and did fetch and shock and left himself dead to the K command. Looks like an angler. All right. So let's see. Shadow's a pretty good draw. So now we can K command, get back a Shadow, double Shadow, and we're not dead to snap bolt. All right, so you discard. We will get back a Death Shadow. We're assuming they pitch something that doesn't say Snapcaster. If they didn't have this Gurmag here, we could have played out a Shadow and had like Cling to Dust for the Lightning Bolt. But they did have another threat. So now we're pretty certain that they've got a Snapcaster in hand. That's an aggressive Wraith. They 100% could have just played and then snap bolted us. Imagine not playing out a True Name Nemesis. You could snap bolt now, like because we're tapped out, but that does mean that if we draw something like a removal spell for a threat, they're forced to chump block with their shadow. Like I'm assuming. Oh. All right, looks like we get to draw our own Scour, but we also have Cling to Dust. So let's see what we draw, because we still got access to Cling to Dust even after this. We might draw into something that makes us want to... That's an interesting one. Now we get to blank Snap Bolt. All right, bench. I'm going to need your... need a little spirit here. If they attack with both, we can Plating, block the Shadow with the token. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. The Mirror Breaker. So I could stub, snap, stub here. Yeah. Do have to stub the push. So we're not dead to a Snapcaster still. Don't tell them that. They're so zoned in on this lightning bolt, like they haven't even seen the snap push. Why not get the 1/1? Because we didn't resolve the plating. They stubbed our plating. All right, so now I'm wondering if they even have a Snapcaster, or if they're just bluffing it like really, really hard. So I think I'm actually just going to main phase this Cling on their Cling. All right. What do we think about that? So let's see. If we play Gurmag, if they have Snap Stub, and they Snap Stub in response to our push, we're still not dead. So I think we're just going for it here. Alright, so yeah, they just don't have anything. If they flash in a Snapcaster here, I am so beyond confused. We did not know that they had Snap, but they kept fetching and shocking and leaving Lightning Bolt and playing to represent Snapcaster, which they absolutely represented it, but I don't know. And again, a lot of that matchup came down to the fact that like they did so much damage to themselves so aggressively that we just didn't really have to do much for that win. Faye Fruig, is that right? Hope you're having a fantastic day. I don't think I've seen the name in chat before, so excited to have you around. Feel free to tell us who you are, where you're from. What makes you think that Death Shadow is the best archetype in Modern in some Legacy circles? I guess that's right. Death Shadow is a buy. We need to update that command. I hope everybody is having a great day hanging out in chat today. Let's see. Super Lasali? Am I saying that right? Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Let's see. Day's okay. I don't think it's the best, but it's been super interesting play patterns. Well, hey, that's all we're here for. All right. I would love to play first. Hand's great. We'll get an angler on eventually. So let's go ahead and sear them now. We're just kind of looking for interaction. We're looking for ways to enable a Gurmag. So we have a pretty good idea of what we're trying to find. Stub Wraith Shadow. Deal. So we'll put Wraith on top, draw it. So now we can play a turn 2 Shadow. And we'll say go. But yeah, for everybody hanging out in the chat, if you haven't previously, feel free to hit the follow button. Just lets you know when we go live, so you can come hang out, see what we're all about. Doesn't cost you anything. All right, so humans. Our hand is not particularly set up for a long game against humans, so we're just gonna try to get under. Oh, did I fetch and shock before the Wraith? Oh my god. I got caught up in chat. Why'd y'all let me do this? See. DRD 1812, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Humans to ruin our good time and me focusing on chat to ruin our good time. Deal. Which stubborn denial you want? This is considered angler shooting. All right. So let's get out get out an angler. We'll leave the fatal push in the yard. Let's say go. We'll keep this polluted delta around for a second in case we draw a Snapcaster. We might need revolt. Reflector Mage would probably just get the scoop here. Yep. All right. At least we got a game 2 and game 3. Somebody said that they think they recognize the opponent's name. I'm pretty sure I've seen it a few times as well. All right, so we want things that kill stuff. We don't want things that counter. We want to shave on things that are super bad against Reflector Mage. And we can either board out some Wraiths or Hand Disruption. I'm particular for boarding out the Wraiths. What is this, 2017? I mean, Jund, Grixis Shadow Humans. So yeah, it pretty well is. Plating is an option. It stops Reflector Mage, but that's kind of the same as boarding in Veil of Summer out of like 4-color against humans. And I think there's times you may want it, like if you see Reflector Mage plus Deputy of Detention or something like that. But I think boarding in a card explicitly for Reflector Mage is a little narrow. Like it could stop Kitesail Freebooter, but Freebooter like on the draw just gets under it. All right. So we got a removal spell. We got a whole bunch of redraws. I think I'm down to keep it. If we find a shadow, we could just have like a quick 1-turn kill. Maybe our opponent mulligans aggressively to no vial. Like opening hand, oh, it's got a vial, can't keep this. Next hand, oh, it's got a vial, can't keep this. They do mulligan to 6, so that's awfully nice of them. They know that we need all of the help we can get. So let's see, we could potentially draw a Fatal Push. I would want to draw that on their turn. Gurmag's not bad. That means we can get out a turn 2 threat. Alright. Big bucks, no vials. No vials. Put in a champion of the parish. It's not a champion. It's not a champion at all. Alright, what do we have? We've got a Royal Scions. That could team up with our Gurmag to kill them pretty quickly. So I think we're going to keep that on top. So we could Brutality here if we just want to kill the Hierarch. But I think we're more interested in just getting this Gurmag down. Kind of want to get something on the board pretty quickly. Because we might be looking at a situation where, like, next turn we could Royal Scions, hit for 7, turn after Scions plus Battle Rage for lethal. If they got the Reflector Mage, they got the Reflector Mage, but we can't really afford to just sit back and not do anything. It's not Reflector Mage mana. Dismember. Oh my god. Opponent. Dismember and Thalia. I mean, if we go to game 3, it probably means we're more likely to look at plating. Alright. So now we're kind of on a shadow or bust. I mean, Brutality was better in hindsight, but, like, we're not playing around Dismember out of the Humans deck. Unless you were being sarcastic, and then, yes, Brutality was better significantly. Alright. Now we get to Thoughtseize plus a Shadow. Take that Reflector Mage they got sitting. Oh my god. Alright. We're going to make them use one. I mean, yeah. Oh, and they drew the 1-drop. Opponent, we have a family. Alright. Well, we are going to get to escalate this Brutality. All sorts of modes. So let's go 2 modes. -2/-2, drain 2 life, kill this, and we're pitching Fault Scour, or are we pitching the Scions? Probably just pitching the Scions. Here's a world where we might want a Thought Scour on their end step. You'd pitch Scour. Well, my thinking here is there's a good chance we just won't have time to use the Scions. They draw the Manus Rider. Opponent, have a soul. Have a soul. Alright, so hit us for 5. Get to play our Shadow. They can't kill us with the Manus Rider. We don't care about fetching now because we just have them dead to Shadow plus Battle Rage. Alright, no top decks. No top decks.
You could scour into a push.
Could scour into a push. By the way, I don't think opponent knows that top decking Manus Rider is illegal. I agree. I agree. This is like the most inconsiderate humans player I've played against in a while.
Second Manus Rider.
Big bucks, no whammies. Big bucks, no whammies. Huh? Huh? They have nothing? Are you saying that there is a chance? Quick, someone, what's the CMC of Kessig Malcontents? Does that kill us? Second Reflector Mage to Violin when you TBR. I mean, maybe. It's not like we're not going for it. He knows about the Battle Rage. Does he not? I could have sworn. Oh no, he didn't. Can you be dead, please? Just one time. All right. 1-1. Go to game 3. Let's see. Overly attached spectator. 3 is the CMC of Kessig Malcontents. All right. I figured that's what they were going to do. Like response to Battle Rage, just Vile into Kessig Malcontents, and we hate life. Let's see. He did not know about TBR. He didn't hit us with any hand hate that game. Meddling Mage naming TBR would have been rough. All right. So we got a bunch of looks at removal, and removal plus Snapcaster is pretty good. So we're going to roll with this. That can't cast a Vial. All right. So if we see removal, we might push. If we don't see removal, we're inquisitioning anyway. So we see a fetch that we don't want. So let's go ahead and Inquisition. No double Manus Rider. Auriok Champion, Kudro Champion. So we're definitely taking the Auriok Champion. We're not really set up to beat that card. I know we can block it with the Snapcaster, but knowing they have the Kudro and the odds of them finding another Lord means I don't want to deal with it. And like Bench said, not having Goyf in this deck makes Auriok Champion a lot better against us. So they drew a 2-drop? Oh no, just for another champion. Sure. He's a human lord. Then you can pay 2, sack 2 humans, and destroy a creature with power of 4 or greater. Pretty good against our deck of Gurmag Anglers and Death Shadows. Does Kudra not kill? Does not kill a Street Wraith. Alright, come on, Fatal Push. Dismember. Ugh. It's probably good enough, right? Like, it doesn't feel great, but kind of just needs spells. So we're going to take a look, try to find something. Double Dismember. Alright. So we're going to bottom the second Dismember. We're going to take the first. We're going to take this Inquisition, so we can go ahead and get some decent value off of it. Let's say go. And now we just want to find that guy. That gentleman right there. Freed, where's your engineered explosives? Not in the 75. That's where we made a mistake today, apparently. I also gave you a shout out earlier. I saw that you were like number 2. I think you're number 3 now on the trophy leaderboard. I think somebody passed you. So, you got to step it up. I put a note in there somewhere that you might have gotten that 23rd or been a little higher if you didn't keep losing to us. But, you can't do anything about that. All right. Hit us with a couple champions. Now we find the Fatal Push. So let's see. Play out a Shadow. We know that they've got this Auriok champion. Can't do anything about that. So we're just going to be looking for a Battle Rage pretty quickly. Play Blue White X if you cared about meeting me. Yeah, understandable. That is a pretty atrocious one to have to deal with. Alright, so let's see. How close are we to dead off of that? Pretty close. We can push this champion, take 5, go to 4. How would I dismember? I'd have to pay life. No, because I'm just going to pay none to kill the champion. If I paid 4, I'd be taking lethal.
Don't. That's why I said I'm only here for 2 weeks.
Comedic relief, like, haha, you died. Alright. Let's see. Let's get our Blood Crypt so that we give ourselves the chance to spike into a Battle Rage kill. This is pretty bad drawing the Crypt or the Bloodstained Mire instead of any other fetch land, since we can't get the basic island.
Throw the
Alright, so they're going to hit us. So we have to respond to this. Like, they're going to gain the life. It doesn't really matter. But if we respond to this, we can Snapcaster, target Fatal Push. Let them resolve the champion. And we're going to have to block either the Reflector Mage or the Militia Bugler and Fatal Push the Noble Hierarch. Let's see. Why no Dismember? We could lose 1 more life, but we kill champion basically for free. So we're not killing the champion for free there. We're killing the champion for 4 life. And that 4 life means that we were dead to the 3/3 champion and the 2/2 militia bugler. Like we can't pay life there. Are you talking about the 3 damage that we took off the other champion? If we took 1 more damage there, we're dead this turn. Like we are actually at 0. We couldn't fetch for a basic because we have our swamp out already.
I'm
not giving him a chance to kill me with this thing. Nah, didn't happen. Was positive. Let's think about things that we want to change for games 2. Or for league number 2. So for those of y'all who have just recently signed in or tuned in to watch, we're testing out a couple copies of Serum Visions and a copy of the Royal Scions in the main. We want to see if adding a couple extra cantrips into our deck will help smooth out some of our abilities to find a threat. Zidlovsky, if I said that anywhere even remotely close to correct, I am super impressed. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at. Bench, I don't think you have to be scared. I think you're fine. Subscribers. Gonna traverse yourself back in. Was it anywhere close? Like, was I anywhere near the right pronunciation? If I wasn't, like, tell me I'm an idiot. Alright, so I don't think I want the second mystical dispute this league. I think I kind of want the second spell bomb.
Alright. Wait, hold on, go back to there.
Right, going back.
So,
verified already. Let's hear it. Alright, so we have Gurmag Angler.
14 creatures in your deck.
Sure.
So
Nope. Nope. I don't even know what Desecrated Tomb does.
So when a creature leaves your
so you just delve a bunch of stuff and make bats? I will put that on the notebook to try at some point. Don't think that I won't, because I absolutely will. Let's see. Kinda. If there's any way that you can like type out a pronunciation, like feel free to let me know, because I'd love to get everybody's names right. What else did I miss? Laura's Hero. What do you think about Grixis Shadow? It's great again, or just a fucking tier 2 deck. I think the Shadow decks in general have a very good game plan for what Modern is trying to do, especially with things like Uro right now becoming popular. We are able to get under them, get a lot of pressure on the board. It's real quick. I'm keeping this. I've got redraws towards threats. I've got the ability to see a lot of cards. It's tier 0 in our hearts, absolutely. I think the best part about that was that paying the 4 life dismember is lethal, and they get all hostile about that. I mean, everybody's got their opinion. Like, I can't tell somebody they're right or wrong. All I can do is give evidence one way or the other. Gurmag Angler is a pretty good pickup. So I could Wraith into the Gurmag now and then go ahead and Serum Visions. I think I'm down for that. Just see a little bit deeper. So we know we're drawing off of this Bauble on their turn. Scour is great. Both of these are actually great. So let's just keep them both on top and say go. see. Assuming modern players have a heart. We've got something in that empty space in the void of our chest. And we got a chat where everyone's Grixis Shadow playing in their hearts. Yeah, like that's kind of the purpose of the. Are we on a mirror again? Sweet. That's kind of the purpose of the channel for anybody that hasn't been here today or hasn't been here before. Play a whole lot of Shadow, a whole lot of variants, testing out cards that might go unnoticed or underperform. It's really about putting data to a lot of the theories that people have about Modern. All right, so we're not cracking this bubble. We don't need to. We got 7 cards in our yard right now. We got 4 going up to 7, I mean. There's a Shadow. All right, let's keep a Fatal Push in our yard, kind of assuming that this is the mirror. If it turns out they're Jund or something and they just have like an Assassin's Trophy, whoops. Yeah, we want the extra card now. So it is Jund. It could be 4-color Shadow. We're not sure yet. Could be Jund Shadow. Don't trophy me, please. Big bucks, no trophies. Alright, so it is a Shadow variant. Let's see. Shadow deck with Luris, so probably Jund Shadow. So if it's Jund Shadow, let's go ahead and start picking some things out of their yard. The Gurmag's not bad. So we can go ahead and play this Gurmag out. I think I'm pretty on board with that. We have to get rid of the Fatal Push in the yard, but we do just get another really tough to deal with threat. What did I miss? It's nice to know Shadow's my favorite deck. And then that I just discovered your stream, but I'm glad. I'll keep track. So it's a super awesome deck. Super Sally, thank you so much for the subscription. Greatly appreciate it. Means that we're able to do a little bit more of what we do on stream. Let's see. This is Jund Shadow, oh Jesus, mirror matches, Jund fuck Grixis. Whole bunch of opinions going on there. All right. Little punished for getting rid of that. What's the thing called? The Fatal Push in our yard. But that's okay. Let's go ahead and tag this Inquisition. Try to get a little deeper. You didn't hear that? That was funny. I said, let's tag this Inquisition. Try to get a little deeper. It's not supposed to be a Quagmire laugh. It's supposed to be a me laugh. That's why I did it. Nobody asked you. Alright. So we know they could have a Shadow, and this could make their Shadow a little bit better, but we want to kind of go ahead and put them on the need to do something now, because the more information they give us based off what they do, the more information we have for our decisions. Let's see. Better eat the artifact in graveyard. Do you mean our graveyard? They don't have an artifact. Oh, you mean for like the Gurmag Angler? Yeah. Yeah, we're absolutely eating things that would help their Tarmogoyf. Inquisition. No. No. How dare you? He will if he cracks the Seal of Fire. He'll have Delirium. But if he just swings the Grim Flare at us, like we're not blocking, if he wants to deal the damage, that's fine. Alright. So Fatal Push would be a great draw. Not so much there. We'll go ahead and fire it off because we're not doing much else. Forest. Deal. Let's do this. Let's see. Excuse me, I have it in my contract here that I was explicitly asked to make sure the other person in the room was to give the opinion therein that they were questionably to give under such circumstances that a long block of text would read in an unruly fashion. Well, you did manage to get a long block of text in an unruly fashion. Court adjourned. All right. What you got? I don't know. We're just going with it. Heranzabal. Thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic afternoon wherever you're at in the world. If you haven't chimed in for chat yet, feel free to tell us a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, why Death Shadow is the best archetype in Modern, and some Legacy circles. And a Vintage circle, apparently. And the group of Zendikar block enthusiasts. They get fetches and shadow in the same block. With what is it? The 1 mana -3/-3 lose 3 life. Ulcerate. No, that's not in that block. This figure was in that block. Ulcerate. If anybody knows what set Ulcerate was from, feel free to drop that info. 177 followers, 250 goals, going to be here quickly. I hope so. Like, the growth that this channel has gone through has been absolutely fantastic. Like, we've got such a great community. We've got so many great people in here interacting. That's rough. What are you going to do? Hit me with a shadow? I'll take it. Take it all day. No blocks. No blocks. Battle Rage off the top. Not quite a Battle Rage. All right. I can't. Oh, Thoughtseize myself. Sure. What does this nerd have in hand? Hitting for 204 skier to finish looking at Control Freak's hand. Got him. Got him. All right.
That kind of reminds me of the dude was 40 free for all, and the dude won with 31 kills.
So for everybody who has not been on the channel before, this area over here is our thinking area. It does not mean that we are 100% bringing these cards in. It's just a good spot for us to look at options, see how our board ins line up with our board outs, and see if there's any adjustments that we want to consider making. Typically, something like this is where I kind of want to be in the mirror. It's not a race, so we don't need all the street rates, but it is kind of cool to get one late. Yeah, where did the Lazateps go? There. I'll show that card in a second. Battle Rages come out because we don't want to get 2 for 1 from removal. Stubborn Denial we can trim because it gets to a point where you're just like vying to stick a threat. And anything past that is kind of fluff. And then the Hand Disruption because we want to have a better density of top deck actual spells. For those of you who do not know, we are testing Lazatep plating out a bit this week. Our very own Bench Summer, as well as Pedro, I don't think Pedro is in here, have been really championing this card as a pseudo blue Veil of Summer. Answers a lot of the same problems that Veil of Summer answers, like 1-for-1 removal out of the black-green X decks, as well as being able to stop like Teferi, Jace from bouncing your threats, but it has the added addition of being able to stop Path to Exile, which, as many of you know, the blue-based control decks are running more than enough white-based removal to get around Veil. So we're kind of attempting to next level them. Let's see. Soulless 3-1, Monday Night Modern with 4-color Shadow, losses to Mono White Taxes. That is a rough matchup, but it's great to hear that you're able to stick the 3-1. I am going to choose to be on the draw here. Having the extra card in the mirror is really nice. Keep this because I don't care to mulligan, and we got stuff to do. All we got to do is find lands. Ball, hi from France. So it's getting late here. I'm more a controls player, but I just bought the last pieces of Grixis Shadow, so I learned from other players. Well, we're all right. Yeah, so happy to have you around. I hope you're enjoying the content so far. It is a super fun deck, and the ability to put a quicker clock on your opponent than a lot of our control alternatives means that we do have the ability to close out some games that control otherwise wouldn't. Let's see. Bench, 2 Lazatep now, just 1 last time. Yeah, so we decided to add the second one to see it a little more often. I feel like we didn't get a really good opinion of it, so I wanted to maximize our opportunities to see it. Sure. So we're not thought seizing on our turn. They're pretty clearly signaling Veil of Summer, and we don't really have to play into it right now. If they have something like a Tarmogoyf here, we just get to like Fetch Shock Dismember. Fallen. We got NBA Red Bull. Deal. Alright, Thoughtseize, sure. Take whatever you feel like. What did I miss? I love Jun Porn Shadow. Can you bring it on your channel? I mean, there's a suggestion box down below. Freedmania kind of mentioned it. If there's ever anything that you're really interested in seeing, you're more than welcome to leave a suggestion there. And as soon as we have an opportunity to kind of slot it into the stream, we'll be more than happy to. If you're like me and you're extremely impatient, there is a donation option as well. So if you wanted to see like a specific card get played now, or a specific list get played, there's a little more information about that in the donation section. You don't have to donate to see your stuff. Like if you put in the suggestion box, we will get around to it eventually. But like I said, some people like me just want to see stuff now, so we just wanted to make sure that they had that option available. What am I missing here? Spike 5-0 with it lately. Yeah, so Aspiring Spike did 5-0 with Esper Shadow pretty recently, and it was really sweet to see, so I would 100% be okay with playing that. Let's see. Alright, so they've got 3 cards in hand. We're pretty confident one of them's a Veil of Summer, but they're either going to have it now or they're going to have it for a removal spell in the future. We're just going to go ahead and make them use it now, get it out of their hand. Yep. Veil. We're shocked. We never saw it coming. I was going to say if we draw a land, we can snap Dismember. So take a little bit of damage to make sure this shadow is bigger than the next shadow they put down. If they're just sandbagging double Street Wraith here, like, power to them. Alright. Go ahead. But yeah, Freed, if you want to drop a list down there, like, I would be happy to check it out and work it into the stream. I've got a few ideas coming up for this week, but it might be that sounds more fun than one of the other options. Another shadow. Sure. Ooh. Ew. Alright. So if they have another Veil, let's go ahead and deal with it. Like, if they have the Veil, they're going to have it if I wait a turn. But if they don't have the Veil, then we want to put them in a position where they're likely just dead. They should have... Yeah, so they have Delirium for Traverse. Let's see. Then the players remember you usually need Battle Rage. Battle Rage is a pretty good Magic card. What is your modern favorite deck and archetype? Tron, Soul Sisters, Fairies. Oh my. Who let these ingrates into my chat? So it's kind of funny. Like, I started playing Magic right in the middle of Lorwyn block, and Fairies was like the first, or one of the first, like, tier 1 archetypes I got into, and played Fairies from like the inception of Modern. Still plays Fairies occasionally, and I think it is one of the most awesome decks ever. Mono 03 drop. Nah, I doubt that's the case. Alright, are you gonna let me just kill you with some Snapcasters? I'm totally down for that. I wonder if this last card's like a Veil of Summer. Or not a Veil of Summer, a Traverse. Like, they could Traverse, play out a Shadow. Ooh. Ooh. We're gonna get our plating on. Young Cobra Clint coming in hot with the subscription. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a fantastic, what I can only assume is Warzone filled afternoon. What you got? Got a Shadow, eh? Alright. So we can flash in our Snapcaster and hold up Lazotep plating next turn. If they don't do anything on our turn. Target Dismember, put the fear of Shadowy God into them. All right, go into game 3. Let's see. Probably, what did I miss? If he has a threat, why not take Snap? What is he thinking? Probably doesn't have a threat, just knows he can't kill the Angler if it lands. I mean, I'm guessing he just thought that he couldn't beat, like, Snap Terminate if we drew the land. So he just needed to have, or get the Gurmag because it did something right away. But I could be wrong. I agree that I think he should have played taken the Snapcaster, especially knowing that he had the Shadow. The Shadow just outclasses the Gurmag. Alright, so this hand's great. Would have been Lazotep for the win. Would have been sweet. My best deck is Liliana gangbanging with Rin and Goyf. Like it so much. Gave me so much success. Yeah, Jund will get you a lot of wins over the course of a Modern career. Assume this takes our Gurmag Angler. We didn't show him Lazotep plating last game, so maybe that gives him a little bit of a scare. All right, so now that they've taken our Gurmag, I think this is a pretty easy Serum Visions. We know we're looking for a threat. We know we're looking for removal for their guys. We just happen to find both of them. All right, so we'll draw the Terminate next turn so that we are drawing it on our second turn in case they just play like a Tarmogoyf here. Maybe we can set up a Terminate a Tarmogoyf here into like Scour plus Gurmag next turn. Don't fetch away the threat this time. I make no guarantees. This is my stream and ain't nobody gonna tell me when I can or can't fetch away a threat. Kidding. I've got the Street Wraith right here. And I appreciate you reminding me because I 100% would fetch it away again. But this time, I'm focused on the game. Kind of. Played the fetch just to troll us. Played the fetch to troll myself. You don't know me. Alright. So we could Wraith and Plating here. What do we think about that? Like Wraith to draw the Gurmag, and I'm kind of down. Alright. I don't think we need to fetch and shock here. We're not in a position where we need to be that aggressive. So let's just get our island since we have the second black source in hand. This also prevents them from playing a Death Shadow this turn. His Veil is waiting. Probably. He's sitting there like, I'm going to take away your best thing. You're going to try to counter it, and I'm going to laugh. Not today. All right, so we know we want to go ahead and cast this Gurmag. Do we know we want to go ahead and cast the Gurmag? Probably. It's pretty safe. Safe. Yeah. Yeah, we do want to just play this Gurmag. So let's shock. We're going to pay a whole bunch of mana for this bad boy. So what do they have in their yard? They've got Sorcery Creature. So we can't really get rid of anything. Get rid of land, but we're assuming they're going to have access to another land at some point. Go ahead and leave the Lazotep Plating in there just to make them sweat a little bit. And we are going to hit with this zombie pass. Pygonti, raiding with a party of 4. So you beat me with humans and then you come around to raid me? I see how it is. I see how it is. Just rubbing that salt in the wound. But I hope you had a fantastic stream. Like I'm hoping we got to put a little bit of good material in there. All right. Them cracking their land pretty aggressively. We did get the raid. For sure. Thank you so much for that. How's humans been? Like, I haven't seen a lot of humans players around recently. So it's awesome to see somebody giving the deck a good shot. Yep, had a nice stream. Used to play humans long ago. Tune the deck again. That's awesome. Like, that's what I love to see is having enjoyment for a deck and deciding to play it again after like a break. Was known to be the human. That explains it. As soon as we got matched up, half of the chat was like, "Oh, we know who this is." I felt so left out. Like as a long time Shadow player, anytime I see humans, I just kind of like shudder. So anytime it comes to humans content, I'm running away in fear. Stubborn and Niles, really good pickup here. Like, for sure, good games, absolutely. That dismember that you drew, game 3, 2, whatever game it was, that absolutely blew me out. Like, I was not playing around that. I was not preparing for it. Then you hit me with it, and I was just like, yeah, that happened. All right, so we're going to swing with swing with the Gurmak first, because if they want to block it, they're welcome to. We are terminating on our turn because we don't want to give them a chance to veil us on their turn. Would help if we could tap the red mana aspect of this. Yeah, that was kind of our out for a couple turns there at the end, was just drawing into our one-of Plague Engineer. But not having access to Traverse in this build is pretty rough when it comes to wanting to see your one-ofs. But that makes absolute sense. Like, you do not want to get wrecked by that card. All right, so they're looking at their own library, which makes me assume either they have a fetch land or they want to be able to crack this spell bomb. Lurrus is a pretty good draw. All right. So you're saying we got a game. All right, so we're going to Thought Scour ourselves before we fetch, in case we draw into a Fatal Push, or that. It's pretty good too. Now we just want to go ahead and dismember this now. Is Elementals arrive? Are you playing Elementals too? Are you just here to like hate on everything I love about life and Magic? For those of you who have not seen, these new Elementals decks are super sweet. Yeah, the new 5-color builds. I was watching Cody Hope stream some yesterday, and it's really like toolbox oriented, super cool. All right, what do we got? So definitely swinging in. We want to make as many of their draws awkward as we can. What I mean by that is we want to start making things like fetch lands dead, just to give us a little more pressure. How does the chat feel about Historic? I mean, it depends. Can you play Death Shadow in Historic? Is that a thing yet? Other than that, I think it looks like a pretty cool format. Tarmogoyf. That's a good one. All right, so they got a bit of a roadblock set up now. And Tarn is not getting us out of it. So we're just going to pass. Bank on these Stubborn Niles being live. Fetching to 1 is pretty bold of our opponent. Now they're dead to, well, they were dead before the fetch, but things like K Command or Lethal, obviously they could just have a Veil of Summer, but YOLO. If they attack with this Tarmogoyf, we could double block. I don't think that's where we want to be. Like, we could double block and have a lethal attacker on the way back. 6/6 zombie fish. OP about to abrupt decay an army. Maybe. Maybe. Alright, removal spell. Not quite, but it is a redraw. There's our lethal. Alright. So we can fetch and shock twice if necessary. They can play one copy of Veil of Summer, so I don't want to pass to their turn just in case they have a second Veil of Summer. Let's try to shock you out for the death. Veil of Summer. And we can fetch up a Steam Vents if we need to Veil again for whatever reason. But we're hoping they're just dead. They're looking at their hand. I don't know why they're looking at their hand. Outside of the spell resolving. Alright. So good start to this league. 2-1 over Jun Shadow. Goblin says dope. Field getting banned is big for the format. That seems to be the consensus opinion. The brutal needing to discard before dying. I mean, I don't know if you know this, but a player may concede at any time. They do not have to sit through the discard part. I believe somebody's got the rule number in here somewhere. 204 skier. Wonder if he's from my place. 204 zone and lots of snow. Could be. Maybe this is a relative. Oh no. Where'd our match go? Come back here. Alright. Hypnotical. Pretty dope username. There we go. Player may concede the game at any time. A player who concedes leaves the game immediately. That player loses the game. The Aspiring Spike Special. Bench, gotta go. See you next time. Awesome, man. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out. Always appreciate having you around. For those of you who don't know, Bench is a huge regular in the Shadow Discords. Keeps a lot of awesome tech. I did not mean to keep this hand, but we're going to roll with it because we're going to find a land. But he's one of the ones that often lets me bug him about questions regarding a lot of these cards that I'm testing out, like Lazatep Plating at the moment. Tail's End is on the board for the future streams. Meant to click Mulligan, but we misclicked, so it'll be fine. We're just going to find the land. No, not you. The other you. Totally never punished. Let's see. So much Jun today. Wow. Gotta fire up the green Tron. I mean, Tron would have been pretty good these leagues. We did see, 2 Shadow Mirrors? What all have we seen? We've seen 4 Jund, 2 Shadow. Did we see anything different? We're just going to scoop and go to game 2. We saw their sideboard tech. We misclicked, so 100% deserved to lose that first one. but it's okay. We're going to rally back. I don't want to sit here and, like, draw dead for 10 turns and put out some terrible content. So for those of you who haven't seen us play against John 17 times today, we're boarding out Wraiths because this isn't a race. We're boarding out Brutalities or Battle Rages because we don't want to get into a 2-for-1 situation. And we're boarding out an Inquisition to improve the quality of our top decks, even if just a tad. Yeah, we are keeping this. We've got multiple redraws to find our second land. Blake, how's it going? I think we're 1-0 currently in this league. The first league we finished up at 3-2. So not too bad. Not too bad. How's your day going? Hope everything is well in the life of a Blake. Absolutely appreciate everybody. All right, we're going to go ahead and scour in response to this. I don't want them taking my scour. I was going to say, hopefully we draw into something like a basic swamp, so we just look like a genius there. Let's see. For everybody hanging out in the chat today, we appreciate y'all so much. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Monday afternoon, coming around, hanging out, taking it easy. For those of you who this is your first time tuning in, we play a whole lot of Modern on this stream, especially a lot of Death Shadow. So if you're ever curious about the format, you want another haven to go to, resources to check out, this is a great place. We've got a lot of very talented Shadow players that come and hang out and chat, talk about lines of play, see wherever I punt. Just all around fun community. Highly recommend hanging out. And then if you do hang out, or if you're just stopping by and you enjoy the content, you want to tab it for later watching of videos, everything is saved here for a couple weeks. But if you really like the live aspect of it, you're always welcome to hit that follow button. Just lets you know whenever we go live, so you can come hang out, check out the stream, talk to a lot of these really awesome players in chat. All right, it's okay. Once we find a second land, we're in great shape. And then there are some options down at the bottom. So if you see below us, there's a suggestion box down there. If you're new to the channel, or if you've been in the channel before, and you're really interested in seeing something specific, or you have specific questions, feel free to leave a comment in that suggestion box. If you're wanting to see a particular card get tested, because that's something we love to do here, is test out cards that haven't been tested or aren't getting the respect and notoriety that they might deserve. You're more than welcome to leave that information down below, and we'll be happy to check it out on a future stream. If you're like me and you're just really impatient and want to see your cards now, then there are donation incentives to say, like, okay, if you want to see X card in a league in the near future, it's just this amount. If you want to see a specific deck list get played, it's this amount. And that way that everybody can kind of have the option to see something right away if they want to see it. But don't think that a donation is ever required or necessary. All right. So not seeing black mana. I think we'll just give them that one. We'll focus more for this next match. I feel a little bit ashamed for that one. I feel like I gave y'all a really bad match of Magic, and that doesn't sit right with me. So we're going to fix that. I apologize to everybody in the stream. That's not what we want this channel to be about. It's too busy ranting. All right. So we did win the die roll. Going to take the play. No lands. So we are shipping this pretty easily. Here we've got a land. We don't have a black source. or we don't have a blue source. We've got a redraw off of Cling and Bobble. But I think this hand's just not good enough on the play. We're not aggressively lowering our life total for Death Shadow. See, I think it would have kept that hand if the land was Watery Grave, but Steam Vents is too risky. Hindsight is 2020. Yeah, like obviously Watery Grave would have been significantly better. Kind of the thought process is we're going into a slower, grindier matchup, so the chances of seeing that second land are a little bit higher. But especially in like a race matchup or something where we have to get out onto the board immediately, having a land that better suits your spells in hand is significantly better. All right, so we know we're bottoming the swamp. Now let's think about cards it's going to take to get this Gurmag online. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 plus 2 lands. So if we bottom the Cling to Dust, any 1-mana spell allows us to play this Gurmag out on turn 2. Alternatively, we could bottom the land, and Cling to Dust could potentially help us find the second land along with the Wraith and the Bauble. So 3 redraws. I think we're going to bottom the Cling. I think the odds of the Cling being dead or not as impactful as we want are pretty high. And since we're on a mulligan to 5, we kind of have to take the aggressive line of doing whatever we can to get this Gurmag down on turn 2. Our opponent is also on 5, important to note. So we're not just out of it because of a mulligan. We see an island. I don't know about y'all, but I'm not particularly interested in an island. We'll go ahead and cycle. If we're against like Burn or Prowess, then so be it. But we want to give ourselves a chance to draw interaction here. A little late. We have to give some wins away to our opponents. Got to give them a fighting chance. I mean, Modern is a buy, which we haven't checked that or rechecked that command recently. So if somebody wants to give it a shot, let us know if it works. Come on. Nothing. All right. So since we didn't draw a free spell, we want to get our fetch out of the way first. The reason being is you don't want to Serum Visions draw into something that you want to cast and then have a fetch land and not be able to cast it. Here, if we draw like a Bauble or a Wraith, we can get our Gurmag Angler down now. Shadow's not bad. So against a Temple Garden deck, I kind of like this Fatal Push. I'm kind of assuming that they're going to give us something to interact with here. But I hope everybody knows that that having 56 viewers is absolutely fantastic. Like, we just started off just over a week ago, and the amount of growth and support we've had from all of y'all, from the community, has been incredible. So I want y'all to know how much we appreciate everybody coming and hanging out, checking out what we got going on, being a part of the chat, watching in from wherever you're at. Like, it is super cool. All right, so it's starting to look like this is just Bant control. Which is far less exciting, but That kind of means that if they just have a Teferi here and just bounce the Angler, we're probably losing pretty hard. Bant deck finally showed up. Yeah, you can only run into Jund, what, 70% of your matches before it has to be something else? One of these days, I'm going to get a sponsorship from Red Bull. Calling it. I drink way too many of these things. Alright. That's not Teferi mana. But it is like Growth Spiral mana. Basic Swamp is probably not what we want here. If we had drawn a red source, I would highly consider just like aggressively battle raging here. This looks like a Growth Spiral. Sugar-free Red Bull? No, we need actual sugar, caffeinated, probably going to stop your heart Red Bull. Got to go all in. We don't do any half-assed Red Bulling around here. So opponent misses their 4th land drop, which is interesting. This could give us a sneak out. Like if we're able to stub something on their turn, draw a red source. Never mind. All right, let's go to game 2. We did draw a heater. They drew a heatier. I think that's the technical term. All right, so Bant control. There's a couple variations here, and we didn't get to see a lot of their payoffs. So there's Bant control with a Planeswalker emphasis. So like Little Teferi, Jace, Big Teferi. There's the Bant control that leans on Field of the Dead with Uro, Hour of Promise, Growth Spiral. Was there any clues that we got that could lean us one way or the other? They didn't play an Uro on turn 3, but I can't imagine that matters. We saw Mystic Sanctuary. Growth Spiral would suggest the Field of the Dead version, but we didn't see Growth Spiral. No, we saw Shark Typhoon. So Shark Typhoon is probably leaning more towards like the Planeswalker version. Right. Wasn't Growth Spiral, it was Shark. So let's think about how we want to board versus a Planeswalker heavy build. For those of you checking out the channel for the first time, this is kind of like our thinking area. This is where we get to line up all the things we're bringing in versus bringing out and kind of decide if that's for sure the direction that we want to go. Things that are significantly worse in these matchups are the 1-for-1 removal. They're already getting value off Uro if it hits the board. Teamer Battle Rage is pretty terrible against Path to Exile just because you don't want to set yourself up for 2-for-1s. And then these are a little bit of our grindier cards, our Grave Hate to stop Uro, stop Mystic Sanctuary. Some of our cheaper interaction for Path to Exile, Teferi, Jace, things like that. And then Kolaghan's Command gives us the ability to rebuy a threat that they might counter or pick off a Planeswalker. All right, so no blue mana makes this a pretty easy pitch. This is better, but it's not really good. So this is the kind of hand that you look at and you say, okay, well, I get Plating, Spellbomb, K-Command. Like, I boarded these cards in for a reason, right? Yeah, but we don't have a threat. We don't have pressure, and that's not going to win us the matchup. Like, we're not going to outgrind blue-white control. All right, so here it's a little bit better. We've got a bit of disruption. We at least have some redraws, and that's important for us. So I do think I'm going to keep this. I'm probably going to bottom K command because it's not doing anything for us anytime soon. And I'm going to bottom probably Snapcaster. Either Snapcaster or Spell Bomb. Let's think. Snapcaster's better if we draw like Threat into Stubborn Denial. Spell Bomb's better, but they will go ahead and get Uro values. Let's just bottom the Spell Bomb. At the very least, we could play out the Snapcaster on turn 2 and swing. It does have power and toughness, surprisingly. All right, what do you got? 6 land keep. Huh. All right. Let's see. Might tap or type a little message to our opponent. Yeah. Touche. I can respect that. I used to play some Jeskai control, and I've had matches where I have played against 8 rack and just mulled to like 7 lands or kept a 7 lander. All right, so we don't really care about our red mana, so we're just gonna get a Watery Grave. Cycle in case we draw into something we want to cast right here like that. We'll Thought Scour ourselves first because we draw into exactly a Gurmag Angler. We'd rather play that out. Well, at least get to see if they drew anything. Did draw a Path to Exile. Got him. Got him. Did anybody watch any of the Star City event or Star City Games event coverage this weekend? I think they had one of those online opens. All right, so Serum Visions is good. Try to draw us into that threat we so desperately need. Not you, not you. Now we'll pass. And we can consider just flashing in this Snapcaster to start attacking. They draw the Growth Spiral. All right. This is absolutely how they win this game. All right. So we need to draw. So we could flash in this Snapcaster. I think I'm going to wait to snap Serum. Yeah, it looks like I was not the only one with that thought. If they didn't have the Growth Spiral there, I think I can see myself just flashing in Snapcaster to start attacking. But as soon as they play that, we do have a Shadow in our yard. So Thoughtseize isn't dead. Or K command isn't dead. Yeah. at this point we've kind of got to play to our outs, and our outs are Snapcaster into Royal Scions. Is this a fact or fiction? Shark Typhoon. Sure. So we can kill that and get back a shadow. They are going to have access to their third island. Oh, yeah. We are not beating Teferi. Like Teferi just being able to bounce our shadow as soon as we get it back. Nope. All right. We need a rebound here. Need to get back in the winners column. So I think what we're seeing here is kind of the same thing that caused Grixis Shadow to fall out of favor with a lot of people. Is you just have such a, I don't want to say high because that makes it sound like it's huge amounts, but a significantly more than zero number of games where your ability to find a threat is extremely lackluster compared to other shadow variants. All right. So this hand doesn't really do anything. We get to hit him with a bunch of hand disruption. We got removal, but we don't have more lands. We're not playing Scions anytime soon. We don't have a threat, so we're going to ship it back. Blue control has always been a terrible matchup, but identifying a good hand, having a game plan, and playing proactively will allow you to win games off of them. So it's not like it's unwinnable, but you do have to have some things kind of fall in your favor. All right, so we are going to keep, let's bottom, it's between Cling to Dust. I think it is just going to be Cling to Dust, actually. So if they give us something that we can dismember, the upside on this hand is extremely high. Because we can potentially Thoughtseize on 1, Dismember something on 2, and just start playing out shadows even with only 1 land. Cling to Dust does give us a potential redraw, but we kind of need to play out the spells in our hand aggressively if we want the rest of this to have any chance of lining up. All right, so Hardened Scales. Probably just taking the Ozolith here. We don't really care about the Stone Coil Serpent since we have the Dismember. Welding Jar in the face of Dismember is not the most effective thing in the world. I have not seen Hardened Scales with Stone Coil Serpent before, so that's pretty cool. I'm just gonna leave this here. In case anybody missed it. All right, another Thoughtseize is pretty good. So we get one of these Ravagers out of hand. 1 Ravager is a pain, but 2 Ravagers. Ooh. All right, so another hand is Stone Coil plus Ravager. Also, Stephen, before you comment, I know I didn't even follow my own advice. So turn 1, I could have played the Watery Grave and held up Stubborn Denial. They would have gone for the Ozolith. We would have stubbed it. Then we would have untapped Thoughtseize and gotten to take away the second Ozolith. So it would have lined up pretty well. All right, so let's think about this. If we dismember this stone coil, we can't play out a shadow. But they don't have a stone coil, so yeah. Kind of feels bad. I don't really want to set us up in a position where we just lose to this Ravager, like Ravager plus Blink Moth. Let's see, Pandaconda, 2 Ravager plus Ozolith is silly strong. I agree. I agree completely. If we had known we were going to have the second piece of Hand Disruption, we could have very easily just taken like the 2 Ravagers and dismembered the Serpent. All right, so Steam Vents means that we can at least start playing out threats. We might be able to set up a situation where our opponent goes all in on a Blink Moth, and we're able to prevent lethal with the gain 3 off of Cling to Dust. So that's going to be something to keep an eye out for. What? Come again? I mean, I guess if you just want to make like really, really big hangerback walkers and ballistas, sure. Yeah, like I figured they were something off with the map, but you could make an argument for map that I would believe. Like if you just said, oh yeah, they play map to be able to go get an ink moth for the infect kill. Sure, I I wouldn't even question it. But as soon as you start throwing in Urza's mines, now I start questioning all my life decisions. All right, so we could force them to sack 3 artifacts to the Ravager. They've got 5 artifacts on board. They can't activate the Blink Moth right now, so they can only sack 4. So Ravager can get up to a 6/6. So once you add in the Blink Moth, if they sack the Ravager to itself, be 6/7. The Blink Moth would be an 8/8. We could gain 3, go up to 9. So it all depends on if their card is like a non-creature artifact, or it'd have to be like a free non-creature artifact, or free any artifact, but non-creature. We would be able to interact with Stubborn Denial. What's going on? I have no clue. My opponent played some hardened scale stuff, and then they started playing some things that weren't hardened scale stuff. And I just lost all sense of reality after that. That's really good for us. So getting an artifact off the board without actually growing this Ravager, it's very nice. So we don't know anything in their hand. I'm really hoping for an opportunity to have this Stubborn Denial live. Hardened Tron. Softened Scales. I mean, if this goes and gets an Ink Moth, I'm going to be both impressed and shocked. I don't know what other land they would get, like outside of a Tron land, sure. So their last 2 cards could be like 3rd Tron land plus something relevant. All right, so what's our plan here? interesting. I don't really want to cycle because I don't want to put myself in a situation where I'm actually dead to this blink moth on the crackback. But I do want to swing. So if we swing with one, they can block and regenerate. They can't block and trade with the shadow. So I think we're okay with that. Going for forest. I mean, if they just play like Forest Sylvan Scrying, be super concerned. But at the moment, I just really want to figure out, like, you can make an argument for the Tron lands when you start bringing things like Stone Coil Serpent into the equation. If he just plays like a Karn the Great Creator, I'm so done with this match. This could also just be a really big hanger back. Ballista. So we do have to respond to this Ballista by trying to. Let's think. This is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So we're not actually dead to this Ballista. So what we want to do is get them to double check just to be sure. All right, so they sack Welding Jar to Ravager. It's 3. Sack Ravager to itself. It's 7. Sack Welding Jar and Ozolith to Ravager. It's 4. Ravager to itself. It's 8. So yeah, we're not dead. So we're gonna make them. Ozolith doubles modular. I see. I see what you mean. So when they sack the Ravager to itself, the counters on the Ravager go to Ozolith, and the modular trigger counters go on the Ballista. So if that's the case, we can try to find a fatal push right here. Dolerman, thank you so much for the follow. I hope you're having a fantastic afternoon wherever you're at in the world. Okay, now they can just kill us with the Ballista. See, they don't have it. How do they not have it? They sack the Ravager, 2 counters on the outs. I gotcha. Because they sacked the Ravager first instead of sacking the Welding Jar to the Ravager and then sacking the Ravager. If we gained life off the Cling to Dust, we weren't dead. So you're absolutely right about that. We could have responded to them sacking the Ravager by Cling to Dusting a creature out of their yard. The only issue there, we were at 7. We were at 6. We would have gone up to 9. Both of our shadows would have become 4/4s. They could have just killed off both of our shadows. So you're right, we wouldn't, or no, we had the Street Wraith. So we could have survived with a shadow. Clings +3. We were at 6. Yeah, what we should have done is as soon as they sacked the Ravager to itself, We should have responded with Cling to Dust on a creature in their yard, doesn't matter. We go up to 9 life, our shadows become 4/4s. Their Walking Ballista becomes an 8/8, or it becomes a 6/6, but then they go to combat, they get 2 more counters on it. Then they go to ping one of our shadows 4 times. On the 4th ping, we cycle Street Wraith. Shadow becomes a 6/6. They have to put 2 additional pings on the shadow, and now they've got a 2/2 ballista up against our shadow. And that would have at least slowed things down. Like, they still have a ballista, and we still don't have a lethal shadow, but it's a start. All right. Things I am less excited about. Things I'm more excited about. Let's see. Where they could have unloaded all their counters at you and just blow them out with a cling. So the issue there is if they put, let's say they did it right. Yeah, Panda Naconda has it right. If they ping us 1 by 1, then they get a ballista with 3 counters. They're removing 1, going for lethal. We respond by, or with cling, they can respond by pinging us again. So we're dead if they ping us 1 at a time. All right, so we're keeping this. We've got interaction, we've got artifact hate, we've got creature hate, we've got the potential to draw into a threat at some point, and then a battle rage for a quick kill. Double Steel Overseer Ravager. This welding jar could get a little awkward. So I think we just have to start taking guys. We're taking the Overseer because if they're left with like an empty board with a Ravager, then that's fine, but we don't want them to have an Overseer that survives the removal and is able to just sit on the board. Worst case scenario, we can point a removal spell at the Overseer, then point another one at it after they welding jar. It's not ideal, but it's a way around. Plague Engineer is pretty good. Let's see. I'm always down for the plagueist of engineers. So this is a beast. These are constructs. All right, so if we... I think we just... No, we have to go for the removal spells here. Because we have to get this off the board. If we go to our turn and then Plague Engineer naming Beast, then just sack the Welding Jar to the Arcbound and keep it around. So let's get Watergrave. We'll use our most mana inefficient. Did choose destroy an artifact, right? Yeah. Use our most mana inefficient spell here. What I mean by that is the spell that costs the most. So it might prevent us from double spelling later. Alright, so now we can Plague Engineer naming Beast. Just prevent all future Arcbound Ravager shenanigans. Our land doesn't really matter. see. You could also play Plague. If they sack, you name Construct. If they don't, you name Beast. You could, but I think it's more important for us to just get that Plague or get that Ravager off the board completely. We don't want to give our opponent the option to keep it around, because if we Plague Engineer, name Beast, they play Overseer with a mana open. Now we get into this situation of, okay, we go to Fatal Push the Ravager. They respond by animating the Blink Moth, putting counters on the Blink Moth, and now we've got a whole extra creature that we have to deal with. Gallows Humor, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic Monday afternoon wherever you're at in the world. If you have not jumped into chat, feel free to drop in. Tell us a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what got you into Magic, why Death Shadow is the best archetype ever invented. All right, so there's our Shadow, which means we can Fatal Push this Overseer, play out our Shadow, hold up Dismember. We can even feel frisky and just swing in with a Plague Engineer. Hiya. Destro indeed. I will never complain about drawing Death Shadows. Just your friendly local burn player. Shadow's best because it does half my job for me. I can respect that. I think the burn versus Shadow matchup is one of the most ridiculously fun matchups in all of Modern. Just the amount of tight roping that goes on over the course of that game is insane. If you have any great Burn v Shadow stories, feel free to drop them. I know I've got plenty. All right, so going to 6, 10, just have lethal with the Shadow. So let's kill this. They could just have like a Dismember or something here to stay alive, but we're not playing around it. Could also just show them the Battle Rage and say, if you got a way to deal with it, let's see it. Let's see. Haven't seen you in a while. Haven't been to the shop and all. Oh, is this Tim? That's my guess. Tell me if I'm wrong. Are you dying to our Shadow here? Dismember does not save you. All right. Cliff, okay. Tim said he was going to jump on at some point. Cliff, what you been up to? Said you hadn't been in there in a year. I don't think anybody feels like they've been there in almost a year. All right, so I think we're just going to keep the same 75 for the next game. I feel like I saw you up there right before, I want to say before COVID hit, but I could be mistaken. It's been so long. All right, this hand would be fantastic if we had a second land. We don't really have a way to get this Gurmag Angler online too quickly. So I think we're going to ship it. I think we want a little more consistency out of our hand. This is a little bit better. We'll go ahead and pitch one of these extra lands. Say go. All right. Tron Land Arcbound Worker. Your typical modern start. All right, I think we're just going to pass with this bobble and this Tarn. We can choose to fatal push this worker if we want, but I'd much rather tag something like an Arcbound Ravager or Steel Overseer. Are they just going to Nat Tron me? This would be the most depressing way to lose to Hardened Scales ever. Bold opponent. Not attacking with the Ravager. Alright, Battle Rage off the top. I'd like Battle Rage, but I just don't think we're in a position for it yet. We really want to find the third land for this Snapcaster. Last time I saw you was last time I was at the shop. Makes sense. I don't think anybody's had too much of a reason to go up there in recent months. Alright. Tron always has it. They do. I don't know if I would call this Tron. Alright, Dismember is a great pickup. So is Ceremonious Rejection. So I think I'm down to dismember this Ravager and then just hold up Rejection. Like, if we're already assuming they're going to have the Tron piece, then let's just let them do something broken and obscene off of the Tron. Ha ha ha. You suck. You suck. Man, all the best draws. I mean, that's all you got to do, right, in Modern is just draw nuts cards all the time. Alright, so I'm going to let the module resolve. Again, I'm going to kind of focus on their payoffs rather than some of the individual spells. Like that. That's a payoff. I don't want that around here. Go away. Please. So now our best draws would be like runner, fetch land into Battle Rage. Something like that. Hope this Stubborn Denial is live this turn. If they just play like a Walking Ballista or something like that, it'll be a little awkward. Won't be the end of the world. We've got this push and the Dismember in the yard. What you got? The world's biggest Walking Ballista. Servos for days. Alright, so let's think about our life total a little bit. If we fetch and shock down to 6, we could snap Dismember to 2. I don't think I want to go that far, so I think I'm just going to get a tap Blood Crypt. This way we can attack next turn, plus have a snap Dismember, or just draw another Shadow. That's also an acceptable option. So how much trouble are we in if they just draw into the last Tron land? Not enough for me to care? Deal. Why not fetch plus stub? Because Stubborn Denial only hits non-creature spells, so we wouldn't have been able to Stubborn Denial the Walking Ballista. We could have countered the animation module, but by itself it's not doing anything. Alright. So that means if they don't block, they're dead. Card gonna block with the hanger back. All right. So this I'm pretty good with. This means that we can just hold up like snap ceremonies rejection on their turn. Or technically like hard stubborn now plus snap rejection, depending on what we see. Oh, Cliff, thank you for the follow. I didn't even notice. I appreciate that. Do we care about a stone coil serpent? Probably just because it triggers the animation module again. And if they want to trade this walking ballista with our snapcaster, like, pretty fine with that. Like if they're wanting to play the endless stream of chump blockers game, we'll just force them into having to chump block every turn.
I teleported, like I flew there, and it was just like, I haven't even looked up until 2 minutes.
Nice. All right. Battle Rage. Battle Rage. Battle Rage. Thought Scour is not terrible. Give us another look at this Battle Rage. Inquisition, we can fire that off. Might as well. Another Ballista. So they had a pretty good series of draws themselves. All right. So we're just going to swing out. If they want to trade again, like this Thopter or something for the Shadow, we're fine with that. They're not blocking. So we're just gonna deal our 10. Live to attack another day. Now their scariest draws would be like Ravager. Another walking ballista. We got to do something about this Moto bug. Like, people say it's not real. It's real. You can't convince me otherwise. All right. So if they start attacking us, now they're dead to removal. I guess they're not dead to removal. They can block and ping the Snapcaster. So if we Thoughtseize, we go to 5. They have to block both of the shadows. They block and ping the Snapcaster. They've got 1, 2, 3. But if they top deck a land, it's lethal. So we can't Thoughtseize. Is there any reason to attack with the Snapcaster? Yeah, because it makes it so that they have to at least respect both of these shadows. Like they can't just put a block on the Snapcaster and say, all right. So kill the Snapcaster, sure. All right, something non-creature. Guess that's technically non-creature. So that actually is lethal. Why is this getting tapped? So they just saved a mana, I think. Did they... They just miss lethal? Like, this doesn't kill us. This leaves them dead on the crackback. This is 4, 5, 6. They top decked the Tron land, which is exactly what they needed to kill us from there. But then they punted away the attack by not just paying the 3 mana that they had in the Blink Moth to put another counter on the Walking Ballista. So yeah, they had us dead and just chose not to kill us. All right. Opponent, you don't understand. We're taking our wins where we can get them today. If that means you missing it and us hitting you in the face, we'll take it. All right. Let's cash a league. We cashed the first one. Let's cash another league. It's kind of rough when you have like a terrible day or a terrible day of playing, just like rough matchups left and right. For those of you just tuning in, I think we've seen Jund like 4 times today, 4 or 5 times, insane amount. Bunch of Shadow Mirrors. Super fun matchups. It's just really tough to win that many consistently. But still, if we win this one, we've got a 60% win rate on the day. So like our overall win rate's taken a little bit of a hit, but it could be significantly worse. Right click, attack all. Glad we found the line. Yeah, like sometimes you just gotta turn your guys sideways and see if that's enough. We just got fortunate that it was this time. So we're gonna keep this. We got a bunch of redraws. We got some pieces of pseudo interaction. We can lower our life total down to the edge of Shadow Sanity. Oh, is this burn? It is. It's burn as soon as Cliff jumped in. Meyer, deal. Fire into Thoughtseize. So let's fire off a Thoughtseize. Not doing much in our hand. Eidolon, Exquisite Firecraft. So for those of you who don't know, Exquisite Firecraft is 3 mana for an uncounterable 4 damage burn spell if they have Spell Mastery. So that is a scary one. I think we're just going to take this Eidolon. We might be able to have a get you moment later with this Cling to Dust. But we really want to have this this Fatal Push be able to tag the Goblin Guide. Foothills, sure. If they top decked another Eidolon, don't do it to me. Don't do it to me. All right. That's acceptable. This means we just get to play out our Shadow next turn. That's a whole mess of lands. All right, so no Firecraft Bolt unknown. We want to make sure we're not putting ourselves in a position where we're just dead to known information. So let's play out a Shadow and pass. Now we can hold up Fatal Push for the Goblin Guide, or we can hold up Cling to Dust to gain some life. let's see. How often are you finding yourself aggressively losing life for a fast shadow against burn? Feel like even a single creature to block buys them enough time to burn you out from openers like that? So it's a really good question. Um, so this is like a suicide goblin attack, which means we get to blow them out with a block and a street wraith, uh, essentially gaining us a life. Yeah, they bolt our shadow. We cycle wraith. Shadow goes up to not dead. If they go to aim another burn spell at our shadow, we can fatal push the goblin guide. They do not. They aim a burn spell at us. Sure. So now if we draw a battle rage, they're just dead. Give me 1 second. I'll get back to that question. It's a very good question. So we got them on a 2-turn clock, and they might just have to tap out completely for this exquisite firecraft next turn. Let's see. Okay. And we'll just play a tapped blood crypt, hit them with a shadow, and we should be home free. All right. So there's not really a cut and dry answer for when to aggressively lose life for a quick shadow. For me, it comes down to a couple factors. One, do I have both the shadow and the battle rage in hand? That's like question number one. Like, do I have the ability to guarantee that if I get this shadow down and they don't just like kill me in a turn, that I'm going to be able to kill them the next turn? And it comes down to how many ways do I have to interact. For instance, if I have a turn 1 fetch shock Thoughtseize in the blind, I'm down to 15 already. I see a bunch of burn spells, like some 2-mana burn spells, Eidolon, something like that, and I'm able to take like a lightning bolt, one of their best ways to interact with a shadow that I'm going to play out on turn 2. We'll say they hit me with a goblin guide. I'm down to 13. Turn 2, I'm able to fetch and shock, play a shadow, and pass. I'm at 10. Now my interaction comes into play. Do I have like Street Wraith to cycle to get out of them just pointing a burn spell at my shadow? Do I know that they don't have burn spells they can point at my shadow? Like if they're sitting there with Boros Charms and Searing Blazes and things like that, do I have Stubborn Denial to protect it? What kind of a position am I in to keep my opponent from killing my shadow and stopping that whole plan cold right there? And then after that plays out, let me get this real quick. So burn, we're boarding into a little bit of cheaper interaction. We're getting rid of things that hurt ourselves, going like that. All right, back to the question. Got my shadow out. I've judged my interaction. I've got an idea of their hand. Now, am I able to kill them? And how am I interacting with their ways to prevent me from killing them? If I have to go down to like 3 life, 2 battle rage on my next turn, am I able to stop their like bolt to the face or something similar? This hand's great. We've got removal, we've got a threat, we've got a counter, we've got brutality. So it's a whole slew of factors that kind of have to line up properly. I'd probably say it happens, God, 1 out of 15 matches against Burn, 1 out of 20 games, something like that, where you just find yourself in a situation where you can uh, aggressively do that. But I'd say if you could take away like 3 keys, it would be number one, have the pieces you need in your opening hand, like Shadow, Battle Rage, uh, Thought Seize, so that you have the ability to enact that game plan if you decide to go for it. Step two, you have to have hand disruption. You have to know what they are capable of doing, because that's the only way that you're going to be able to play around it efficiently. Uh, and then step three, if you commit to that line, you can't back out halfway. You can't say, like, I'm going to start fetching and shocking, and then you get down to 9, and you're like, oh, no, 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 ease up the gas. Like, I don't have the right pieces. Like, no, once you start, that's where you're leading. I hope some of that helps. All right, so they mulled to 5, which is really great for us. I kind of want to just see what's coming off the top for them, because that can decide if I want to push this Goblin Guide or not. Because if I bobble them and I just see like a, what's the card? Eidolon on top, I might not want to push and or shock and push. So it's a little play it by ear. But this hand is lining up pretty well. We'll have the ability to get this Shadow down, and then we can look it up. It's holding up a stub after that. Z-Man995, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Main phase Lava Spike. So we know they have a Boros Charm. Oh, opponent. If you're a Burn player, don't do it this way. This way's, there's the Battle Rage. So we'll go ahead and get that off the board, because we're going to be able to play our Shadow, hold up a hard Stubborn Denial for the rest of the game. Now we've got the Battle Rage coming off the top. All right, here's a Shadow. We don't even have to shock here if we didn't want to, since Boros Charm can only go to the face, can't go to creatures. But since this Stubborn Denial is just a free counter from now on, we might as well. And then depending on what our opponent does here. All right, so Swift Spear is probably about the worst draw they could have, because now we have the ability to like fetch shock to 5. We can Brutality, kill the Swift Spear, take the Boros Charm, hit them. Yeah, have Stubborn Denial up. So opponent decided that they had seen enough of that. Let's see. Very hopeful. So the answer with Shadow is always, how does your hand line up against theirs? I mean, I would say that yes and no. It's variant dependent. So with the deck like Jun Shadow, you're less able to just enact that super aggressive fetch shock Thoughtseize, fetch shock Shadow with Stubborn Denial game plan, because you don't have the ability to interact with their burn as profitably. So Grixis has a little bit different judgment to make in those situations. And then if you look at something like 4-color, where you're way more focused on just getting a threat down, then it starts becoming more profitable to think about, all right, how am I protecting my life total to get a threat down, to get some pressure on, and less about how am I going to just like Battle Rage kill them right now. But I'd say I have significantly more wins against Burn, where I just like fetch up a basic island, scour myself, turn two, fetch up a basic swamp, play an angler, and say, here, what you got? Like, if you got a path for my angler, we'll worry about what we're doing after that at that point. But if you don't, this is just going to be a relatively fast clock and a really big roadblock. All right. So thoughts on the cantrips? I like the idea of having the serum visions and the scions in the deck. Uh, in theory, you start seeing these threats a little more often. You're able to close out games a little better. But I really think that you would need to go up to like 12 cantrips to really feel the effect. Like 4 Scour, 4 Opt or Serum Vision, 4 Bobble. Here we're just kind of replacing the fourth Bobble with the Serum Visions. Royal Scions, you can't even really count it as a cantrip because it's so late into the game that you're even considering playing it. And then you're just adding the one extra 0 or 1 mana cantrip in the second Serum Visions. But so it's not really impacting the frequency at which you see an additional draw spell. I think Cling to Dust is nice, but it doesn't really. It's nice because it replaces itself. It's not because it doesn't really dig deeper into your deck. Like even Opt, you have the option to not draw the next card if you don't want to. Serum Vision's digging 3 cards deep is really impactful when you're looking specifically for finding a threat. So maybe like replacing a Cling with the fourth Bobble and replacing the Royal Scions with the third Serum Visions would really help the consistency in terms of using your cantrips to find threats. Like other serum, there we are. Something like that for your cantrip suite could help out a little bit more on the proactive cantrip side. That being said, I think if you are registering Grixis Shadow, you're probably registering it with the idea that you know you're going to have some amount of uphill matches because you couldn't find a threat in time. Unlike Jund Shadow, 4-color Shadow, whose game plan primarily focuses on keeping hands where you're able to get a threat out and get the pressure going. Grixis really focuses on its ability to interact in the first couple turns with hand disruption, removal, cast cantrips, see more cards, and try to find a threat that way. If we remember the very first game we had today against Jund, we saw 33 cards or something like that and saw 2 threats and then finally found some a little bit later. Jared, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. But if we look at something like one of the 4-color lists where you're able to proactively look at your opening hand and say, okay, this has a Tarmogoyf, a Shadow, way to lose life, whatever. This has a Traverse, and I'm able to turn on Delirium or 3/4 of the way to Delirium. Like you have a game plan before you even start your first turn of how you're going to get on the board and start turning guys sideways. With Grixis, you're really thinking, okay, I've got this opening hand of 2 fetches, Serum, Stub, Bobble, Thoughtseize, something like that. Like I've got ways to interact. I can use this serum to find a threat or help find a threat, but I really don't want to do it on turn 1. So I'm already slowing myself down a turn to help get that game plan online. And it really just comes down to preference. Like if you think that playing this control route and then eventually combo killing your opponent by just dropping down a 5/5 for 1 or a 8/8 for 1 and battle raging, then Grixis is a really nice approach. But if you think that you need to get to the board or get onto the board consistently, then I would probably still lean towards Jund or four color. Uh, that being said, Grixis does have tremendous amounts of potential. Um, the ability to snapcaster back spells gives you such a grindy element that like four color doesn't have access to. And Gerbag Angler is a nightmare creature for a lot of fair decks to answer effectively. Um, so that is some things to at least take into consideration. I think if you decide to play Grixis going forward, I would take time to focus on making sure that your opening hands are allowing you to close out games. I think that's super important right now. And it's not good enough to just say, like, all right, I'm going to interact for the first 2 or 3 turns and then eventually find a threat. Like, you really have to shift that mindset to this hand is going to do XYZ to get me to a threat. Is that good enough? And then if your interaction lines up in the meantime, great. But if you're not working on actually getting to a dude, getting a dude on the board, you're going to get out-grinded by a lot of the Jund decks, the blue-white X control decks. Other than that, I think that pretty well sums up most of my thoughts. Last step plating was pretty fun today, so I can definitely see it trying it again in the next stream. Some of the interaction here was a little awkward. Like, we never brought in Damping Sphere, but it's a solid card. Rejection was great when we did see it, but it doesn't come in 9 out of 10 matchups. Mystical Dispute, I think we brought in once and didn't see, but it is a very efficient counter spell, especially in the matchups that you want to bring it in. Braid's a little dicey. I could definitely see swapping it out for something else. Terminate, I think, is great right now. Just having access to a catch-all kill spell is nice. Iachino, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Let's see. Is there anything main deck? Obviously, we went over the Cantrip package. You could easily swap out like the Serum back to that Cling. Keep the 4th Bauble, swap the Serums out for something else. But again, you just have to make sure you're keeping up with that mindset change of this deck needs to find a threat. Like when we ran the 5-0 the other day on stream, we were finding threats consistently. We were getting dudes on the board, and we were able to run over people. But if you're not getting those dudes on the board, you're just not doing a powerful enough thing in Modern at the moment if you're not getting a creature on proactively. Not fantastic. Another 2-2 in tournament. Sad. I'm thinking to change that. So what's going on in the tournaments? Like, what are you playing against? How are the matchups going? Give us a little bit of an idea here, and we can work with you. Like, we just finished up playing, so we've got plenty of time to hear it out. Let's see. What basics do you play when playing in paper? I'm a fan of APAC Islands and Euro Swamps. I play beta basics, a Mark Poole signed beta Island and a Dan Frazier signed beta Swamp. And they are absolutely mint. Not mint condition. I just love the cards. Like, I love the darker art of the beta basics. If you're familiar with the variations, the C variations of the alpha and beta lands are a little bit darker, and they fit really nice into how Death Shadow as a whole looks as a deck. But yeah, if anybody has any questions about the list or concerns, comments, wants to know what we're going to be streaming tomorrow, more than happy to share. I think I've got a pretty good list that I'm starting to build up of suggestions. So if anybody's got things that they really want to see on future streams, feel free to drop that information, and I'll be able to properly uh, reference you when we get to that idea, so we know who exactly forced us to play whatever terrible card in our deck. But in the meantime, I want to hear about Iachino's league and see what was going on there. Because again, for those of you who are new to the channel or just checking us out for the first time, we want this to be a resource. Like, we've got so many great players in the chat, so many great players hanging out. We really want people to feel like they can come with questions, comments, concerns, and leave with some good feedback. We don't want it to just be like, hey, come in and sit here and watch me punt matches for a few hours. No, like, use this. Let us give opinions. And then if you listen to us and you go out and lose, we're not taking any blame for it. Are we back on 4-color tomorrow? Yes. We are going to be trying out 4-color again tomorrow. Grixis was a fun trip down memory lane, and I think that the deck has a lot of potential. But I think that the current environment is pretty hostile to decks that aren't getting onto the board quickly. And Grixis, just by the nature of the deck, has to keep a lot of hands that either don't have a threat or are going to be very Xeroxy, where they're cycling cards, they're casting cantrips, and it becomes up to the top of your deck to find you that guy to get out on the battlefield. Anybody who is hanging out in chat for a minute, if you haven't hit that follow button, feel free to hit that. Just lets you know when we go live, so you can come hang out, chill in the chat, see what's going on. And as always, drop some suggestions. If there's things you want to see, if there's things you want to talk about, hear about, then feel free to list those in the suggestion box below, and we'll be happy to look into them. So let's see. Won against Burn, Teamer Control, lost to Goblins, Bant Uro Control. I talked to my opponent, the match that I lost. Always do that to improve myself. They said not do big mistakes. It's only that on the top deck I'm weak. All right, so you just mean like they don't think you didn't make any mistakes, just your draws weren't as powerful as they should have been. That seems to be what I'm getting out of that. So this would be my biggest piece of advice for situations like that. When you are evaluating your opening hands with Death Shadow, you really have to think about the idea of, how am I winning this game if I don't draw another spell the rest of the game? It's very difficult to evaluate hands with the idea of, oh, all I've got to do is draw a Stubborn Denial and I win, because you're talking about 4 copies in a 60-card deck. The odds are that you won't draw into one on any given draw step. But if you evaluate your opening hands with the idea of, okay, I've got a hand disruption piece, a threat, and a piece of interaction, how am I going to sequence these to best utilize those cards and give myself the best opportunity to fight through whatever my opponent is doing? And then it comes down to, am I using my spells efficiently and to their biggest effect, or am I using them because I have the ability to use them? For instance, if you're playing against Bant Uro, I think you mentioned that one. Yeah, Bant Uro. So turn 1, I've got a Thoughtseize, and I Thoughtseize my opponent, and they've got a Remand, they've got an Uro, they've got a Jace, and 4 lands. Now I look at, okay, I'm going to Thoughtseize away the Jace because it's the best card in their hand and it's going to win them the game. but I've got this Tarmogoyf in hand. And or I've got a Death Shadow in hand, whatever. I've got a threat in hand. And if I don't get this threat down immediately, I'm going to have some trouble. So I Thoughtseize is away their best card, but now my hand doesn't line up against everything else that they've got going on. Now they're able to remand my Tarmogoyf into play their Uro, into escape their Uro in the face of my Tarmogoyf before I've even gotten to swing. And all of a sudden, I just lost this game because I didn't plan out my hand effectively against theirs. What if instead you take the remand? So now you get to play the Tarmogoyf, they play the Uro, you get to start attacking with the Tarmogoyf. Now things like Fatal Push become so much more effective because if they're escaping their Uro to try to slow down the bleeding and roadblock the Tarmogoyf and you just get to swing through and hold up stub, that's so much better than if they're already on the front foot when they're replaying their Uro and you have to kill it just to try to get back on parity. If that makes any sense, let me know. If it doesn't, then I know I can come up with better examples. Steven's right. You can't think like a Jund player. You have to think like a tempo player. You're not going to outgrind Teferis and Uros in the late game and wilderness reclamations and multiple factor fictions and a bunch of mystic sanctuaries or something like that. What you're going to be able to do is get in under their ability to impact the board or impact the game and put them in a position where they can't really come back regardless of what they do. Which sounds like a lot of work, but a lot of it comes down to just making a significant effort to make sure that the hands that you're keeping and your mulligan decisions are lining up with what the deck really does best. So, for example, if you notice the 4-color list, they're basically all running like 3 copies of Inquisition, 4 copies of Thoughtseize, 4 Goy, 4 Shadow. That means a higher percentage of the game, or higher percentage of your opening hands should have hand disruption and a threat compared to like Grixis. Include Traverse in there. So play to that. If you know that your deck is built along the idea that you should have hand disruption into threat, maybe when you see that opening hand of Tarmogoyf, Battle Rage, 3 lands, Fatal Push, whatever else, Street Wraith, now you say, okay, well, this hand is a lot of pieces. I've got a threat, but it's not doing what my deck is built to do. So maybe I don't keep that hand. Obviously, it's matchup dependent, but you get a little bit of the idea. Goblins can be a rough matchup. It really comes down to a lot of their top decks. They have a difficult time getting our threats off the board like a lot of decks in Modern, but they can just go wide. They can combo out of nowhere. So matchups like that, I really like to focus on thinking, what is the best thing that my opponent can do in this situation? How do I play around that? Or what is it most likely that they do? How do I put myself in a position to capitalize on that happening? So if I know my opponent has got a matron in hand and I'm getting into a position where I'm going to try to kill them with a shadow, maybe I need to ease off the gas a little bit, because if I get too aggressive and my opponent matrons for a sling gang, then I could always get just blown out by them having an extra goblin in hand, sack everything to sling gang, and now I get get destroyed. Let's see. Thanks for your advice, but I'm tired of losing from top decks of my opponents. So then the question becomes, are you utilizing your spells to the most efficient manner? Usually when I find myself losing a lot of top decks or losing to a lot of top decks, it's because I chose to interact with things that I didn't have to interact with. Like an example would be, all right, I'm playing against a Teamer Reclamation deck, and my opponent's got an Uro out or in the graveyard. I've got a Shadow out, and let's see, they've got 5 lands, and they go to cast a Wilderness Reclamation, and I just like snap counter it. Just, all right, I don't want Wilderness Reclamation around. I don't want them getting in a mana advantage. And I go to my turn, and I attack them, and I pass the turn back, and they just go draw off the top, cryptic command, bounce your dude, draw a card, set me back 2 turns. Well, now me interacting with that Wilderness Reclamation didn't actually matter. I countered this thing that I thought was going to win me the game or set my opponent back big time, but it didn't actually interact with me. It didn't do anything that I cared about it doing. Nate the Great, thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a fantastic day wherever you're at in the world. Or again, something like Burn. You mentioned that you won that matchup. Maybe I Inquisition my opponent turn 1, and I see that they've got a Goblin Guide and a Swift Spear and a Boros Charm and a bunch of burn spells. And I start thinking, okay, I've got to take the Swift Spear. Like, I don't want that thing doing a whole bunch of damage to me. But in my hand, I just have a turn 2 Tarmogoyf. It's like a 4/5 or a 5/6. I don't actually care about that Swift Spear. Sure, it's a good creature, but my hand didn't actually need to interact on that axis to be successful. Or maybe I have a bunch of, maybe I've got the Hand Disruption and I don't have a removal spell. Well, now maybe I did need to take that Swift Spear instead of taking the Boros Charm or the Manamorphose or whatever, because my hand wasn't lined up to beat the creature. It's just about utilizing your spells as effectively as you can. And sometimes you just have to take a step back and say, all right, am I getting the most out of my spells in this particular game of Magic? And I know for me personally, there are a ton of times that I sit back after a game or after a match and say, no, I did not get the most out of my spells. Like, I interacted with things that I didn't need to because in that moment, I just assumed that that was the most important thing. That was what was going to cause me issues. Like, how many times, and people in the chat, be honest, I have done it, I will admit to it. How many times have you said, okay, I've got a stubborn denial. My opponent casts a Karn the Great Creator, and I say, okay, cool, resolve your Karn, I'm going to counter what you get off of it. And they go and get Sundering Titan or Worm Coil or Walking Ballista or something like that, and you're just sitting there saying, well, dang, now my spell is completely useless because instead of interacting with the thing that actually mattered, I just assumed I knew what was more important and I knew what was going to go on. Or you say, I don't care about that Karn, I've got a Battle Rage. I can trample over your Worm Coil or whatever, and they just go and get a bridge. And you're like, all right, well, I guess I lose now because I didn't interact with the thing that actually was mattering in that moment. I misjudged what was happening and put myself in a position that I wouldn't have otherwise been in. And we've had the opposite end of the spectrum. Like Steven can attest, the number of games that we've watched together where we thought seized our Jund opponent and they had a Liliana of the Veil, and we said we don't care about it, and we didn't, and we ended up winning regardless of that Liliana, because even though it was the best card, it seems like the obvious take. It just didn't matter with the way that our hand was lining up with what they were doing. Uh, so a piece of advice that helped me is just start keeping track of your opening hands, and that way you can take a look at what your hand looked like when you decided to keep it. You can go back and think about your reasoning as to why you decided to keep that hand. What about it stood out to you? What were you concerned about? Uh, how that game played out? Where you decided to utilize those spells that you had? And it'll really give you a better idea of uh, where exactly things were going right or going wrong. Like, I lost several matchups to Eldrazi Tron because I started just like turn 2 soft stubbing Maze Mind Tome. I was like, okay, that card's pretty good. I need to stop that. I don't want them getting value. When in reality, their value is a scry half the time. Like, they're not getting card advantage off of it until they draw their second card. Uh, they're getting card filtering a little bit, which oftentimes doesn't even matter with how quickly you're able to present a clock in matchups like that. But to me, I just decided that that was the piece that I needed to interact with, and I needed to make sure that Maze Mind Tome wasn't coming down. And then the next turn, I just died because they mapped for a blast zone, or they dismembered my Gurmag Angler, my Tarmogoyf, whatever, and I just had no interaction for it because I was concerned that that map or that Maze Mind Tome was going to be what actually caused me to lose. Everybody that's still hanging out, if you have any questions, comments, opinions, like, feel free to share them in the chat. We are all ears. If you agree, disagree, anything, all opinions are welcome. No problem. Like, I hope some of this helps out a little bit. And like I said, you're always welcome to come hang out on the stream and ask questions, see what's going on. Give us your rundown of what you played against, what's happening, where you finding trouble, and we'll do our best to give you a good answer as to why some things might be falling the way they are. But I'll put a note down to focus on this. So next time you're in the stream and you're hanging out and watching, I'll put an emphasis on, let me talk about how the spells in my hand are interacting with what my opponent's doing, and maybe that'll help out. Maybe that'll kind of show some of my reasoning, and give a little bit better of an idea of where things should be clicking or where there might be some miscommunication. But other than that, I hope everybody has had a great time hanging out with us. If you haven't followed, again, I know I say it a lot, but just feel free to hit the follow button. Just lets you know when we go live to make sure that you don't miss any of the action. We will have this VOD live immediately after, and everything is going to start getting uploaded to YouTube. There's a link to the YouTube channel down below. So if you don't catch it live or you want to watch it again later, you're more than welcome to do that. We're going to find somebody to raid. But who do we want to? Somebody playing modern. We don't want to raid somebody playing standard. It's so much less exciting. We got can't raid somebody playing Scape Shift or Tron. Nightmare fuel. How about this person? Maven Dragon. Oh, whoops. Left out a piece. Yeah, absolutely. Like, there's no rush to learn the deck. We're going to be here. We're going to be helping out. And good night to you as well. Hope you have a fantastic rest of your night.